We don't sing that anymore.
We did it in school. I did it in studies 1989, 1990.
And it's not forbidden, it's legal. Don't sing it. The passion.
Oh, I didn't know.
The passion.
What's it about? What's the part of now?
Pay rate to be all then certain I yeah. That's it, yeah.
You do that at school in front of like 40 years ago. Yeah, it's great.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Everyone, please take your seats so we can get started. It's up past 10 and we have a busy day. Once the voice is quiet, we can speak. Okay, thank you very much and welcome to this third day of the Freedom Drive, an exciting day with information exchange on digital technology, artificial intelligence, the youth perspective on independent living and personal assistance. I just was asked to say a few things about where are toilets? They're one floor down, or they're outside in the court with the access loo, or they're out in the back with the dry toilets. The fire exit is here in front of us or to my left. I want to take the opportunity just to say thank you, because now everybody sees Michael Holden sitting up here on the right, who was sponsored all of our t-shirts. So a big hand to Michael Holden. Thank you for our t-shirts. And then we're also going to start with two of our supportive MEPs that we're excited and happy to be able to welcome today. We start first with Katrina Langen-Siepen. Sorry for the mispronunciation. Please, the floor is yours.
Test. No? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. And great great to see you again. We saw hopefully last year and before we had COVID, where during the COVID time we had, and then I come to the topic, the wonderful opportunity to learn how to use the internet. We had the wonderful opportunity how to use the internet with Zoom, and I think in that time we had, and what I learned is the online world or the internet offered to persons with disabilities in one perspective more part, or the opportunity for more participation. So you hadn't or weren't forced to organize an assistant who drives with you to the where the event's taking place. So you turn the internet on and zooming in and zooming out. What the problem was, we did as MEPs, I think, I don't know how it was with you. We had Insta lives, we had Twitter debates, and then it's a moment of how accessible is an Insta live. We have young persons with disabilities, they want to use social media channels, and if they are not accessible, you can't zoom in an interpreter or the
Can I interrupt?
it's a bit
Can we please
noisy.
close the door? It's a bit noisy and that's difficult. The one there by the kitchen. Somebody please close the door. People are too loud outside. Thank you. Sorry, Catherine.
No problem. And here we have the companies who are running Twitter and, oh no, it's only one company, I would say. Offering all the social media channels, and they don't see us persons with disabilities as clients. And you have it in not only offline, you have it in an online sector as well. And I'm a member of the IMCO committee, where we now get a revision, it's very technical, for the Web Accessibility Directive. So how accessible is the internet? And last time they forgot to invite persons with disabilities and to ask them, what do you need? So participation, nothing without us, about us. Ask the client, the customer, who's buying probably a device or apply for a website or anything else. And maybe one thing on digital, I had an interview with a famous computer company. It's not the computer company with the Apple on, it's the other one. And they told me, okay, I explained in the end, I'm not your customer, I'm not your client. I bought a computer from the others, from the other company with the Apple on, but I'm not your client because your products are not accessible. Most of the people with disabilities, or it's not really evidence-based, but maybe don't have the money to decide. I have the budget to decide what I'm buying. Am I buying an Apple one or another one? And then I check it on an accessibility, and they were really shocked, like, oh, I have never thought of it. And that is a problem. We are not seen as clients. We are not seen as persons with money. And so persons with disabilities are not visible. It's wonderful to debate about techniques and what achievements we have to get the possibility for a better communication when I can't speak or when I can't read. But in the end, we are talking about costs. And if I don't have the money to buy that device, and the health insurance or whoever will not pay for it, then I have a problem, and it's not I'm benefiting from that new achievement. And that is when we're talking about techniques, then we have to talk about who's taking the costs. And here are the wrong people on the panel, I think. But when it comes to accessibility, web accessibility, and how accessible are products, that we can in the parliament definitely decide on which rule or how a product must look like to have more or better accessibility, and always reminding the companies to see us as clients. And here I would leave it and say thanks for the floor. And if you have questions after, I think that round we are open for questions.
Thank you very much, Katrine. Yes, the digital divide is something that we've seen very strongly, and as well as accessibility. So thank you very much for that. And now we go over to Jose Guzmão. Sorry for the pronunciation.
Actually, it was really good. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I think these are times where it's very important for us to have debates like this, because the pandemic has helped not just the movement, but also society to realize some of the issues that are related with what is still the mainstream policy towards the disability and people with disabilities, and which goes well beyond the good intentions that we can find in official documents, both at European and national level. And I think one of the challenges that we have as a movement and as public representative is to push public authorities, both European and national, to go well beyond those intentions and to put them in actual policy and actual funding, which is something that has interested me and my group. That's why we conducted a study on where is the funding going in terms of disability policies, namely European funding. I would just like to comment on this very interesting point that Katrin just made, which is I usually say that the biggest barrier that people with disabilities have to face is the architecture of prejudice. And this prejudice is ingrained at the very highest levels. So you can have companies that are on the technological front, that have all these clever people working there, mobilize all this technology, and still aren't able to solve well, what are basically relatively simple problems of communication accessibility. And this is, I truly believe they won't do it, not even for commercial reasons, because they wouldn't have to care about people. They would just have to care about profits. That would be enough, strangely enough. But I think this affects also a big chunk of the most decision makers, both in political power and economic power. And there is, in fact, because official documents often tick, well, at least most of the boxes in terms of a good policy for disability, we tend to think that things are moving on. And sometimes they are. I mean, in Portugal, we have approved a pretty decent law on independent living, but getting things to move on the ground is, of course, much more trickier. And we still have a lot of money going into the institutionalization model and not enough going to the alternatives. And I think if there was ever, the first thing that has to be understood is that the main argument against deinstitutionalization and independent living is on policy debate is it's too expensive. We would love it. It's the right model, but there's no money for that. And it is often forgotten that the institutionalization model is massively publicly funded. I mean, it is being perpetuated by taxpayers' money, and a lot of it, and also has some lobbying associated, because it is a model based on the mass treatment of people with disabilities and not with more directed policies. And if there was ever a time for society to become aware of the limitations and risks of institutionalization, it was COVID. We all had that experience of institutions being shut off, of people losing contact with their family, with their friends, and also with the public health consequences of that. In some cases, dramatic consequences, because the fact that institutions were shut off meant that many people have died in those institutions. Many people didn't have access to healthcare, and in some cases, well, if it wasn't a conscious policy, it sure seemed like one. In Spain, people with disabilities accounted for 68% of COVID deaths, and this is a staggering statistic, one that has to force us to look well, to the institutionalization model, and also to the way with which we deal with these situations. And I think this is happening. I mean, I don't know about all the debates in all the countries, but I do know that in Portugal, there was a big debate on these people warehouses, not just when it comes to people with disabilities, but also with people in retirement facilities, and all the threats and all the what can only be described as human rights violations that go on in these places. And I think today is much easier to make people aware of what has always been the standard rule in my country. I mean, independent living is still a debate pretty much in its infancy, and I think it had a big jump thanks to COVID. And I don't really like the idea of making the most of crisis, but this is one case where we should try to do it. So I'm an economist, so I'm pretty much oriented to dealing with these issues of funding, and I think one of the main areas where we're going to have to be very strong, we're going to have to be tougher, I would say, is this, and it was in the disability strategy that we approved in Parliament, is now the European institutions and member states are not walking the talk when it comes to public funding. And what we notice in Portugal is that the independent living centers that have opened are completely unable. I visited 2 or 3 before COVID, and 1 during COVID. And what they all told me was that they didn't have the capacity to deal with 1/10 of the demand that they were having from people with disabilities, that didn't want to go to institutions. They wanted to have a range of personalized services. That was their model. There is no doubt in the minds of people with disabilities that this is the way to go. But while we're sending European funding to the model that is completely outdated and completely inadequate, these centers for independent living are still a very sparse network, and they are drastically underfunded. A second issue, which I think is crucial, is the issue of personal assistance. And this is one that where we have also a geographical divide, an economic divide. There are countries where that have neither the economic capacity, the income capacity from people, nor the political will to make public systems of personal assistance. And this is what I think we have to start debating, is to view personal assistance and all the network of independent living as a part of the welfare state, integrated with public services, which also means to have an investment in public services that makes them ready to adapt to new, well, not new challenges, but a new awareness to old challenges. So I think the issue of deinstitutionalization is no doubt an issue of fighting prejudice, of people that are working in all kinds of institutions, some of which, by the way, with the best of intentions. I mean, this is not about good people and bad people working with in this area. I'm pretty sure that people that are sometimes even voluntarily involved with such institutions do so because they are convinced that this is the best model or the only model to deal with the issue of disability. And I think there's obviously work to be done on just getting these ideas across to the whole of society, because if they were able to become mainstream in the political debate, and at least here in the European Parliament, they are, they can very quickly be mainstream in society. And I think there's a last issue, but I don't want to speak too long, which is the issue of employment. And this is something that also has to mobilize public and private entities, and where a lot has to be done too, including in European institutions. I mean, we recently passed a law, again in my country, making rules for hiring of people with disabilities stricter, because the previous rules said that out of every 10 persons, at least I think it was 2 had to be people with disabilities. So the companies found a way, which was to hire 9 people out of 9 people each time, so they could skirt that kind of legal demand. And this is the kind of stuff that we're still confronted with when designing policy for people with disabilities. We still have to convince people in top decision-making spots, both in the public and private sector, that this is just the way to go. This is, and I think the work life is also mind-changing. I mean, one of the most transformative things that policy making can do is to get people with disabilities in jobs, in the regular labor market. And that I think will go a long way to changing also the minds of people when they are going about their regular way and not actively informing themselves on disability policies. So I think this is the big challenge that we have. I mean, in the European political debate, we can be led to believe that the issue of disability policies throughout Europe is in a way solved, that we're all in complete agreement on where the funding should go, We're all in complete agreement on deinstitutionalization. We're all in complete agreement on communication accessibility. But the reality in each member state is quite different. I mean, Catherine is talking about accessibility in the internet. Well, in many, if not most member states, we don't have accessibility in television, which is a rather old technology by today's standards. And this is the level at which we are in many member states. So we need to go much beyond the good intentions that are in these documents and start to put them on the ground.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you both, Catherine and Jose. As MEPs, we appreciate your support to the independent living, of hearing about the architecture prejudice. I'm going to take that one home, and the need for the funding that we need to be able to get these policies implemented. So thank you both again. We're going to then move over to the key speaker. I don't see anybody who knows this program better than me, but I think it's now time. Sorry. Is it now time for Gerald? Michael takes over. Michael, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. We are going to change our panelists, if that's okay. If I could invite up here first. Okay, sorry. My apologies. Would anybody like to ask any of our MEPs a particular question? Yes, Savad. Could somebody get a microphone?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for opportunity today to raise a question, because yesterday I didn't have opportunity to get EU Parliament due to really traffic crash in Bristol. But anyway, I would like to ask about issue of universal design implementation or applying into the process of creation policies. If we know that if society is created to be inclusive for all, which is again one of pillar of creation of EU policy, it will be much easier for us people with disability to be engaged and involved wherever we want and whenever we want, if the society is designed and accessible to all. Doesn't matter what are our capability. So what the parliament is doing, or you as MEPs are doing to promote inclusive policies as mainstream policies, which of course give opportunity to all citizens to be equal. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. In universal design was, when I wrote my report, one of my demands when it comes to the labor market or workplace. That is one area. And I think when it comes to political participation, we in the parliament achieved that everyone in the European Union has the right to participate on elections for the European Parliament. That is what we have adopted from the AFCO, very technical, but that is revolutionary. The main problem is we can push as parliament for more accessibility, but the member states need to transfer it and put it into a law. We have when it comes to accessibility in the open room, in the open space, we have laws, but you have to transfer it, and you have to control that the member states or the locals transfer it. And that is mostly the problem. It's not that we are in the parliament have a disagreement on that. I believe, or what I'm here since 2019. I know, and I'm here that my team, my colleagues in the other groups, when it comes to disability, we are very close with each other, to each other, as we say, and there's no disagreement. The papers, agreements, reports on disability are mostly 100% adopted in the parliament. So we have a clear voice from the parliament side. I say 100%, I don't count the fascists. They are mostly against. That is, from the parliament side, a clear statement. That is the moment how we can push the commission. That is our daily job. And when it comes to universal design, we have it in all our proposals, papers, and in the EU strategy, I think it's mentioned as well. So it's not that we have to, or that we have to convince each other. That is not the main problem. The main problem is how to transfer it.
I think when it comes to policy making, both at the European and national level, there is still a step to be taken, and that's actually one of the concerns of the. We have an interparliamentary group on disability, and with MEPs from several different committees in the parliament. And one of the purpose of that kind of organization is to get this concern across all policymaking. For instance, we had a report on a new Bauhaus for Europe, which is an interesting economic policy decision, industrial policy decision, let's call it like that, and which I didn't follow. It's not in one of my committees, but my fellow MEP from Portugal did. And one of the issues is, for instance, we have this policy, which is a general policy, let's call it like an economic policy. How are the concerns of people with disability integrated into that policy? Because it makes sense if we're going to take a design and architectural tradition and in a sort of way renew it, we may as well renew it with some of the concerns that we should have had the first time around, but that we're growingly aware. And I think one of the main issues that we have to face right now, because we have the disability strategy, which I feel is a good document. Now we have to get those concerns in all kinds of policy making in the European Union, on labor market policy, on industrial policy, on environmental policy, on all the legislation that is coming from the European Union every year. I can tell you, for instance, that European law on architectural barriers had a transformative effect in Portugal. We're by no means an accessible country, don't get me wrong, but it made a difference, at least in the building that started to be constructed from a certain point on. And in some cases, in adaptation of old buildings. It's still a major challenge, but it makes a difference to have the concerns of disability policy cross over to all other kinds of policy making. And I think this is also an important concern to overcome the issue that I think you were addressing, which is to have to, as much as possible, start to have inclusive public space instead of specific places for people with disabilities. And it was one of in a meeting in Portugal that someone mentioned the fact that I have a daughter with disability, not me, the person that was speaking. She said, I have a daughter with a disability, and most of the children's parks are unsafe for her. And it just struck me that we don't need to have children's parks for children with disabilities. We need to have inclusive children's parks where all children can play, and they can play with each other, which is a very important socialization tool. And I think this applies to all public space. And I have seen the same point being made about toilets, and I think this is the kind of policy thinking that we need.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you to our MEPs for helping us open this particular session. We're going to now be joined by some new panelists. Two of them are joining us online, so at least that technology should be working. And if I could ask our other members, please, to join us. That is Alejandro, Alex, Diogo, and Laura. On the agenda, we had Gerard Quinn being our keynote speaker. And unfortunately, Gerard has been unable to join us. So Bruno Monteiro from the Validity Foundation will be making the keynote presentation. And then we can have, we are also being joined online by Immaculada, who is the senior expert for social affairs from the European Commission. Yes. Hello, Bruno. Welcome to our ENIL Freedom Drive, to our session on digital technologies. You are very welcome, and we are really looking forward to your presentation. So without further ado, as we're running short on time, I will pass the floor to you, and you can speak to the gathered conference members. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Can you all hear me well? Seems to be working. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Then I'll begin. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and then good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and talk to you about artificial intelligence and the rights of persons with disabilities. And thank you also as well to the European Network on Independent Living in general for organizing this wonderful event. So for this talk, I'll be drawing quite a bit. I'm certainly no Gerard Quinn, but I'll be drawing a lot actually from his exceptional report on artificial intelligence and the rights of persons with disabilities. In a lot of it, it's already discussed both the potential risks and the benefits of artificial intelligence for the enjoyment of the rights of persons with disabilities, including right to independent living. In my view, what will be key both for this conference and the future, and also been mentioned by our MEPs, is that is how to ensure and how to get that these new technologies we get the best of them and avoid the worst. But before I get into that about potential risks and benefits, it might be useful to talk a little bit about what is artificial intelligence. So there's no agreement on what could look like, but you could definitely see it as a computer system or a machine trained or made smart to perform a particular task or goal in a similar way to humans. But in theory, these tasks or goals are performed faster, better, and without discrimination. That's the intent. These tend to be created by first collecting information from different sources, such as information from persons, institutions, the environment, and generally this information is just called data. And this data can come in many forms as well. It can be basically, it can be a voice, it can be your image, it can come from a video file, it can come from text. Really a lot of different sources can be used to actually train these machines or computer systems. Then after this first step of collecting information, then this information is put together and compiled to form what is called a data set. And then essentially a computer system is then instructed to learn from the information that is in this data set to find out what's the best way to accomplish the task or goal that was instructed. So an example of this could be, imagine that you like to have artificial intelligence to support the recruitment process in a particular organization. So you ask the machine, okay, among the different candidates, identify the best one for this role. So hypothetically, you could use the machine to learn how to accomplish this objective based on information of past candidates that were hired for that particular role. Of course, if you end up using the information of past candidates that were hired, very specific information, it's actually likely you end up with a machine that may decide that the best candidate for the job is one without disabilities. This is because historically, since the information that given that the information that is used for the machine to learn is also information that was actually created through human decisions that decided that, well, either persons with disabilities were actually not well suited for the job, or more generally, there was just no information on persons with disabilities in the data that was trained. There's no way that artificial intelligence would be able to decide whether a candidate who has a disability is actually best suited for the role or not. I understand this all might sound a bit technical, but actually, it's likely that several of you in the audience have been involved in training artificial intelligence already. For example, if you ever use a streaming platform like YouTube or Netflix, every time you click to watch a movie or press the like or dislike button, you're giving information on your watch history. And based on that information, you basically you're telling the platform what generally you prefer to watch. You're training on how to do it. Then the machine uses that information to understand your preferences and then makes recommendations of other videos, movies, or TV shows that you're likely just to find interesting, all based on the model of what people with a similar profile like as well. Even for this conference, for example, if you press like on the social media post on Facebook, wonderfully created by ENIL, you're basically telling Facebook that you like the content, you might have a preference to see more similar content like that in the future. So if you like to see more, definitely press like button on ENIL's different social media posts. So now that this should help you understand a little bit of how it works or what it could look like, I'll just move on just to talk a little bit about its potential benefits for the rights of persons with disabilities. If harnessed properly and responsibly, There is a potential that it can advance the goal of inclusive equality, international human rights law, and in particular, the rights set out in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities across numerous domains, including employment, access to commercial goods and services, that can even transform disability services, independent living, and education. If properly tailored to individual circumstances, artificial intelligence might significantly advance the search for effective, reasonable accommodations for individuals with disabilities in new and perhaps very dramatic ways and more effective ways in all countries. There are definitely several applications for artificial intelligence enabled systems. And but just to list a few of different ways of how they can support accessibility and independent living. I can mention, for example, that there is technology being used to enable persons with disabilities to identify accessible routes around the area they live, so it'd be easier to move around. It can also be used to support people with speech impairments to overcome, for example, lack of sign language interpreters through speech to text software. Artificial intelligence can also be used to create signing avatars for persons who are deaf and those who are hard of hearing. It can also be used to create chatbots to share information about an institution's procedure in an accessible manner. Also, another example is artificial intelligence is increasingly being introduced in homes to support persons with disabilities to live independently through robots or other tools to provide care and other systems. Perhaps it's something that members of the others you've seen already, but for example, there's what's called a robot vacuum cleaner, which essentially just uses sensors to map your home, and then based on it, decide where to go and which obstacles to overcome, and basically just clean the floor for you. But are definitely different ways, and developers and activists and service providers are developing more and more different tools that actually can support independent living. But even though there's all this tremendous potential, there's also risk that its use might negatively affect the rights also of persons with disabilities. For example, the right to employment might be affected, for example, by resume screening tools, whenever the tools are not trained to detect or reflect particular work experience or history that persons with disabilities either tend to have, or is relevant, or for example, it just fails to detect or reflect internships or options to work virtually, or fails to detect any other explanatory information or unequivalent experience that might be meaningful in the job recruitment, or these tools can even just automatically just give a negative score on the person with disabilities employability, let's say, just because of the fact they have the disability. Also, the right to privacy and data protection might be affected if corporations, for example, are freely use the information collected about person with disability without any chance or control or agency over how the data should actually be used. Also, if not careful, the right to education also might be affected, because there have been reports or data-driven artificial intelligence systems where actually they just end up determining the separation of persons with disabilities in school. Also, when it comes to awarding personal assistance or any supportive measures, the right to social protection might also be negatively impacted if not careful. There have been automated decision-making processes which essentially it is decided automatically whether a person receives assistance or not without actually any transparency of how the decision was made. There are even other tools in hospitals, for example, or health centers, which where a machine was used to actually determine which areas actually there should be where costs should be cut down. And it might just happen that those areas that actually decided to be cut down are actually services that are very specific and necessary for a person with disabilities. So there are therefore plenty of reasons to act with caution before deploying our artificial intelligence. These issues are not necessarily easy to solve either. But as the UN Special Rapporteur recommended, a common commitment is needed to work in partnership between the private and public sector, civil society, and ensure very active participation for persons with disabilities and person with disability organizations to get the best from the technology and really avoid the worst. As some of the members of European Parliament already mentioned, there's definitely a need still for further debate and evidence based on the rights and obligations of the United Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. There's a need for continuous support and engagement with persons with disabilities and their representing organizations in the development, procurement, and deployment of artificial intelligence systems and related policy making. This is an obligation under the convention, and it's key, and it cannot be overstated that persons with disabilities should have a central role throughout the development, deployment, monitoring, and assessing the impact of these technologies. And when it comes to policy and regulation, artificial intelligence, it's really important to include for it to be based on human rights principles and standards, and explicitly prohibit against discrimination and harmful uses or impacts of artificial intelligence in relation to persons with disabilities. And we should also insist that on the obligation of reasonable accommodations in the operation of artificial intelligence systems as well, including by incorporating these reasonable accommodations into the artificial intelligence tools. And just continue exploring positive ways for these tools to highlight or flag when reasonable accommodation is needed. The subject, of course, to a person's right to privacy. So this was pretty much a snapshot of the different ways that artificial intelligence and the relationship with the rights of persons with disabilities. And I highly encourage everyone to read the report prepared by Gerard Quinn on the subject. Thank you for your kind attention.
Bruno, thank you for that presentation. There is still an awful lot that needs to be looked into with artificial intelligence from what we have just heard, but hopefully we have some local specialists in the field or people with an interest, and we do have some opening questions for each of the panelists, and then I'll throw that open to the floor. So if you would like, as I bring you in, if you want to introduce yourself in turn, and Alejandro, if you want to introduce yourself, but I will ask you the first question, and that is, what is the in what ways is the European Union promoting access to assistive devices and digital technology for disabled people?
Thank you thank you. Is it working? Yes. Thank you very much, and many thanks to ENIL for the invitation. I'm Alejandro Moledo, I'm the Deputy Director of the European Disability Forum, and I've been actually working very much since I joined EDF on access to new technologies and assistive technologies, on all our advocacy around the legislation concerning digital accessibility and so forth. So I'm very glad also to be discussing about artificial intelligence, and if you want later on, I could comment on EDF position on that topic, which is, as it was already mentioned by the previous speaker, of high importance and also concern for us, for our movement. So I really like the fact that you ask about assistive technologies and digital technologies. As you know, we must distinguish between assistive technologies and, let's say, the mainstream technologies that are used by all of us. And it is true that assistive technologies, what was before assistive technology, is becoming more and more built into the technologies that everyone uses nowadays. So if we think of, subtitles or voice control or the read aloud function, those were kind of assistive functions for us, for persons with disabilities, but they have become the mainstream. They have become the functionalities that these technologies incorporate and make them accessible for all of us is the outcome of applying a universal design approach. And concerning assistive technology, the European Union has not regulated this aspect. For the moment, is a national competence. And even though we see the potential in the EU to intervene in this aspect, the EU, on the other hand, has funded many projects on assistive technologies for persons with disabilities. Some of them a little bit too much focused on the medical approach, but increasingly also incorporating a more human rights perspective into how these technologies can support our independent living as well. On digital accessibility, on the other hand, the EU has been very active. It's been great years for accessibility legislation in the EU, at least in certain areas, in the digital and technologies field, more especially. From EDF, when we talk about technologies, I've been repeating the same mantra over and over again, that when we talk about technologies for persons with disabilities, they must comply with the AAA condition. They must be available to us, they must be affordable to us, and they must be accessible to us. So under this kind of principle, we've been advocating the EU on different legislation, on different laws that go from public procurement and the use of European funds, in which we included a provision on requesting accessibility in the technical specifications. We all know that this is not always the case when public governments use European funds and or public administrations make use of public procurement and buy technologies or websites or mobile applications which are not accessible. And this was mostly because accessibility was never understood, or it was not clear what accessibility would mean in practice. But now, with the recent standards also adopted at European level and legislation, we hope that not the definition, but the compliance of at least a minimum level of accessibility will be from now on more respected. The disability movement, we've been also working on telecoms, on electronic communications, on defining what are the universal services for electronic communications that now member states must ensure at national level. And here in this, in the latest legislation, which is the Electronic Communications Code, we managed to include provisions on affordability and availability of not only the mainstream technologies that we use to make telephonic calls or to access the internet, but also assistive technologies and assistive services, such as relay services for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, for example. So we focus on electronic communications. We also focus on media accessibility. It was mentioned before by MEP Gusmao on the accessibility of TV. We have the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, the last version from 2018, which for the first time obliges public and commercial TV channels to make their services progressively accessible for persons with disabilities, and also those platforms such as Netflix and others, video on demand platforms, also to include more and more services, films and TV shows with access services. But the most important piece of legislation, in addition to the one concerning the public sector and the accessibility of the public sector websites and mobile applications, is the European Accessibility Act. Even though this directive, because of member states, our national governments was really poor, ambitious, so very weak on the built environment aspect, is really good when it comes to the accessibility of new technologies, of these digital technologies. It includes, as many of you know, a broad range of these everyday technologies that we use, such as smartphones, computers, tablets, ATMs, payment terminals, e-commerce websites, e-books, e-readers, and so forth, ticketing machines in pulp and transport services. So what we can achieve with this legislation is very important for persons with disabilities, because over time, we will make sure that the accessible technologies will become the norm. And at the moment, in certain technologies, unfortunately, you need to go for the most expensive one in order to be accessible. Now, the Accessibility Act will ensure that any TV that you buy on the market, on the EU internal market, will have at least a minimum level of accessibility. So we are getting the accessible ICT will become cheaper and cheaper for us. So in addition to ensuring this minimum level of accessibility, the Accessibility Act also provides those accessibility requirements that are necessary for public procurement and the use of EU funds. Because in the past, we all know that the governments did not procure accessible buildings or accessible technologies. But now with the Accessibility Act, there is a clear set of accessibility requirements, and there will be technical standards to support those requirements, because in the end, the industry, they follow technical norms. There will be standards to support this and to ensure that they are in compliance with the legislation. And this is very, very important. I would just like to conclude that from the advocacy that we do, we keep on trying, the Commission and the Parliament and the Council, to incorporate accessibility as a core element of all the legislation concerning technologies. So now, for example, and if you want, we can discuss it later, there is a very important piece of legislation on artificial intelligence, which unfortunately, even though we said so during the public consultation, the Commission proposal did not include a requirement on accessibility of the interface of these artificial intelligence systems. So with the help of our close allies in the Parliament and some member states, we hope that this future regulation on artificial intelligence, in addition to the fundamental rights aspects that we can discuss later, accessibility will be one of the core requirements for these technologies to comply with. So I will leave it there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura, if I could go on to you, please. We heard earlier about the need to consider us to be clients ourselves. And I know you have worked in a field with co-production, and I wondered if you could tell us how that worked and what the benefits were. And if you want to introduce yourself, that would be lovely.
Sure. First of all, good morning, everyone. Very nice to see you here. My name is Laura Elchowskaita. I'm working at ENIL as a coordinator of the TRIPS project. And you're right, we indeed are doing co-design methodology in this project. And I could write books about the co-design, and there are books about it, but saying shortly, it's basically the approach to creating solutions or finding solutions when community, persons from the community, in our case, persons with different types of disabilities, are treated as equal contributors throughout all the process. So in simple words, that would be that users who are using assistive technologies or whatever we are designing are involved from the very beginning until very end, throughout all the stages of creating something. And in TRIPS, we really try to do it to create future mobility solutions together with persons with different types of disabilities being involved in various European cities. And it's a long process, to be honest, because it's not really complied with the traditional view where how to say, the providers or the technologists think that they know what's the best for the users. And they sometimes indeed invite persons with disabilities to provide the feedback or to generate ideas, to listen to the needs. But in most cases, they're only like one-time consultants or volunteers who are providing the opinion or testing something. And what we try to do in TRIPS is that to have those people involved from the very first stage when we design something until the final testing. And in this room, of course, there are people who probably could explain it way better than me because they were actually doing this. But I believe that co-design, despite all this effort and opposing the traditional view, is very beneficial. And what we heard from the teams, because we having 7 cities who are involved in TRIPS by doing this co-design on future mobility solutions, they say that the most benefit is that they actually were able to build dialogue. So in our case, we work on transport. So sometimes when you work with the transport providers, either local or national, they always have this kind of understanding that persons with disabilities are demanding. They want something like extra and fast, and they're impatient. And for them, you know, they perceive that, okay, we want changes now and it requires lots of time and money. But of course, persons with disabilities have the right to move freely, to travel, to use all these type of transports together with just like everyone else. And after the co-design, when we started like working together from the very beginning for almost 3 years already, they actually understood why we're so impatient. They're starting to understand what that's, we don't want anything extra. We want equal opportunities, equal rights, and equal access to everything. And on the other hand, persons with disabilities also got to understand that changes can come, but it's not always very fast process. And we are building this dialogue and this culture of work, which is very collaborative. And I'm very happy that even after the project, which is supposed to finish in the beginning of next year, we have teams who want to work together further to do it way more things than what they initially started. And they're saying that for both sides, it's very fulfilling to hear what's exactly needed and not to waste resources, creating something that might not be useful, but creating something that really reflects the needs of the persons with disabilities. And it's kind of also empowering, even though I really don't like this word, for persons with disabilities to be treated as equal partners, equal decision makers in the process, and having full right to say, no, I don't like this. This is not what I need, you know. And as I said, it's long, but I find it very inspiring myself. I think it really gives the opportunity to create things that will be used, that they will not be created and forgotten, but it can actually be used and even improved if you work in a co-design way.
Thank you, Laura. That was very insightful. And thinking of co-design, I'm going to move over to Alex, who is really involved in primary design. Alex, I will let you introduce yourself, but I'd be interested to know how you got involved in technology design, and really, to what extent do you think disabled people have the right to choose the technologies that they wish to use and that are best for them?
I'm Alex from a company called Freedom One Life in Scotland. We design powered wheelchairs. Everyone I'm meeting today. So I founded this company from my lived experience using powered wheelchairs all my life. I've used powered wheelchairs since I was at school, and I've traveled around the world, worked and everything else. And the kind of chairs I got given and I bought, I could not keep up with what I wanted for my life, but my level of freedom and my level of independent living. And whether it was limited range due to bad batteries or breaking down in the middle of nowhere or waiting weeks for parts to be delivered. I just found that the pouches that were designed to liberate me kept letting me down. And everyone I spoke to who had a power chair had the same problems around trouble with the chair. One having a lot of trouble traveling, getting to airports and all those things. So I set up this company to, with a mission to design a power wheelchair to help people stop living in fear of being let down by the power chairs and instead live a life that they choose. The power tool we use is designed from the ground up. I've been involved in every single stage of the process from the very beginning to now, which is the final part of the design. To answer your second question, most products that are designed for disabled people, I don't think are designed by people who use them. There's very little lived experience or any kind of input from disabled people into the products. They tend to be lab tested and not tested in the real world. I doubt very few people have tried to take the power to onto a bus being the design and see how hard that can be if the wrong part sticks out too much or something like that. The other thing is that they tend to be designed by committee and designed by a very medical approach to solving like the medical condition rather than enabling what that person wants to do with their life, whether it's work or travel or whatever they want to do. That tends to be very money driven for a lot of products, especially that are government funded, tends to be designed to be as cheap as possible to buy, and it tends to be that these products cost a lot more to maintain than they did to actually purchase. So if it was a more holistic view to providing a person what they need rather than just the cheapest, you could actually save money in the long term. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alex. Diogo, you would have an insight for us on assistive technologies in the independent living sector in Portugal. So again, if you want to introduce yourself, but what would you say that digital technologies facilitate or hinder independent living?
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Diogo Martins, and I'm co-founder of the first independent living center in Portugal, and we have started the very first pilot projects on personal assistance back then. And so basically, to start answering this difficult question, I have good news and bad news. So the bad news is that most of personal assistants here will be fired over the next years. The good news is this will not happen in the next 15 or 20 years probably, so you are okay with that. But there are some questions that we have to answer first. So and I would like to start splitting this into different questions. So one is about the existing technology that we have, and we can use it for our benefits. So currently we have personal assistants on our phones, which of course, they don't do anything related to personal assistance as we know it. But these technologies actually allow us to control our houses and many other devices. That's actually made possible for us to stay there for a very long time with no one around, so we can adjust our times and we can have time for ourselves, which is also important. So we have to have these human components in here. But this is a very difficult question regarding how far the technology will go to a point where we can rely on machines. So this is the hardest thing to answer. So, like, what will happen when actually robots and other devices with AI, how far they will be able to handle all the needs that we have? So we don't know that. We are just in that gray zone of just trying to understand what's going on. So we have quite nice robots, but they are not smart. So we have to think about this part. They are quite dumb actually nowadays. So we are still far away from having a big change, I believe. But we also have to start thinking about what will happen and starting to work on the ways to manage this transition from one point of the technology, which is the current point where we are now, to a point where the technology can be almost equal to us in terms of smartness and capability of adaptation. So that's where I believe we are not ready to start a transition to anywhere soon. So we are okay with that. It's fine, but we actually have to start thinking about it. So that's the main point. And getting back to nowadays, so we're not just talking about the future. Some of these technologies have problems, they have issues. So we are talking about assistive technology or mainstream technology. For example, when we talk about voice assistants, so they are not as inclusive as you think. So the first thing is, when it becomes to language, they don't actually understand different pronunciations. So they are still trying to figure out how this works. And it's very difficult to understand that. So one great example is basically all the voice assistants on the market right now. They are not ready to understand Portuguese from Portugal. So Portuguese people, we can't use it by any means. So forget it. The problem is they know Portuguese, but not the Portuguese from Portugal. They know it from Brazil. So in Brazil, the pronunciation is so different that we actually can't make the software to understand us. So it's very difficult to make this work. I have tried many times. I failed every time. So the thing is trying to understand exactly how are we making these mainstream technologies actually accessible for everyone else. So, as far as we are talking now, they are not actually accessible for everyone. So there are very slight differences on these softwares. For example, if someone needs to change the calling phrase of the software, you can't. Basically, in most of the cases, you can change it. So you are stuck with something that you may not be able to pronounce. It may be not natural for you to pronounce, or it may not work in your native language. So this is also an issue of accessibility. So it's not just about saying that, okay, we have everything in English, so let's teach English to everyone. Not everyone will be able to actually speak English. And especially they will not, so not everyone will be actually able to pronounce English correctly. So the software may not be able to understand it. So what are we actually doing on this field? What are the current guidelines on accessibility working for this? Or are we just postponing the problem until someone says, hey, we have to create new guidelines? So these are some of the questions. These are some of the questions that we have to start. Also, my voice was better a few years ago, so voice assistants will not understand this. We have to start understanding if these questions are being answered somewhere. The other thing is our privacy. So basically, as the report says, there is this issue of how much information we are providing, and especially for us disabled people, we are kind of forced to provide everything so companies can have the most benefit of our information. And if you just use a simple example, every time you have to book assistance for a train or for an airplane, you have to provide everything. So your address, your passport number, everything. So why do you have to actually provide these amounts of information for something that is not so complex like that and doesn't require this information? This is another issue that we are not actually working on. So while there are data protection rules, these rules don't actually protect us, because everyone believes that information about disabled people can be just collected as if it is just another data set. It doesn't matter. It's like we are not human. So are we actually working on that? That's and just to make the points and the link with what are said. Most of the times, this thinking process is based on people being volunteer. So we have to stop with that. We have to stop thinking that disabled people are just free to provide any time and any information and everything. else for free. So we are not slaves to do that, and this doesn't make any sense to being working, because we are working on this, and it doesn't make any sense to provide this vital information to companies and many others, and not being paid for while others are being paid for. So this is my final comment. Thank you so much.
And sorry, just moving forward, I have been asked if we can do the silent applause, please, just to be more inclusive to other members that are in the room. I will come to questions in just a second, but I want to welcome somebody from the European Commission who hopefully is with us online. That is Immaculada. Welcome, Immaculada. If you would like to introduce yourself, but I do have a question to begin with, and that is, how is the EU making sure that funding goes to projects that are involved by disabled people as direct decision makers?
Okay, so my name is Ima Placencia, and I work in DG Employment in the European Commission, and I'm responsible for accessibility. I'm behind many of the accessibility efforts that Alejandro mentioned in his intervention, including the European Accessibility Act and the requests for development of standards on accessibility. I would like, before I go to the question, a specific question that you put, which is a very detailed question, very important but very detailed. I would like to say that especially because the question refers to projects in general, and I think it is not at the level of the projects generally that we operate. First of all, I think it's essential to clarify the issue of new technologies and access for persons with disabilities, technologies in general, digital technologies. Some people have been talking about assistive technology, some persons about accessibility, design for all. I think it is the moment to understand that, to make it sure that we're talking about equal access for persons with disabilities to technologies, access on equal basis with others. And for that, the two things go hand in hand: accessibility of the technologies and assistive technologies. And accessibility, hopefully following a design for all, preferably, sorry, following a design for all approach. Now, as Alejandro said, the line between accessibility and assistive technology is blurring. So when it comes to the participation of persons with disabilities, it's not just about projects, it's about policies, it's about fundings, it's about legislation. And each of those instruments require a different approach. So, for example, when it comes about funding that goes through public procurement, the EU legislation requires that in the technical specifications of tenders, there is a request of accessibility when the technologies, in this particular case, are going to be used by people. When it comes to EU funds, depends on the funds, but funds, for example, the structure of funds requires that accessibility is respected at all stages of expenditure of the funds. When it comes to research, there is an approach of having an user-centered approach, and depending on the subject, there is the involvement of persons with disabilities is put forward. When it comes to standardization, just let me tell you that in the most recent mandate or standardization request to develop standards in the area of ICT, in the area of the built environment, in the area of emergency communications, on web accessibility, there is a legal, this is a legal commission decision, it's a commission decision, a legal instrument, and it requires that the processes are accessible, and that persons with disabilities participate. Let me say that we have a very, let's say, complete ecosystem now today of accessibility policies and legislation. We are now having a challenge in front of us, and that is the correct implementation. And there we are launching with a new disability strategy, a new initiative called Accessible EU, in which the participation of persons with disabilities will also be required. And it is stated, we are involving persons with disabilities as members together with the member states in the disability platform in order to have a discussion of how the different measures are being implemented. So I cannot give you a simple answer to your question. My answer is persons with disabilities. The Commission follows Article 4.3 of the Convention. They are involved in different ways, in different levels, depending on the instruments trying to be adequate. In addition, the Commission finances EU-level disability organizations so that they are able to participate directly into the EU policy making and make their voice heard. So quite a number of measures to do this work. To finish, and to ensure the participation. To finish, I would like to say that in relation to assistive technology, which has been really a point of the discussion today, that it is very complex because it is really from low-end technologies to very high-end sophisticated technologies. It is from market-based technologies to medical devices technologies. So we need to be very specific on how and what is the possible EU intervention and the application of EU rules. In general, the internal market rules apply in terms of competition, in terms of the market, but also in some specific technologies, the medical devices directive also would apply. So it is very difficult to separate or to talk in general about assistive technology or mainstream technology. What is essential is that accessible technology and assistive technology interoperate. And as the transition comes to move functions more to mainstream technology, accessible functions into mainstream technologies, and assistive technology becomes more particularized to individuals, that interoperability needs to be ensured. And the Accessibility Act contains specific provisions to that end, so that the two work hand in hand. So that is the answer, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Silent clapping, please. Thank you. Right, okay, I'm going to open this up to the floor. If anybody has a question, if they'd like to, could I get microphones onto the floor, please? Could somebody please take microphones onto the floor? And if you could ask your question briefly, and if you want to direct it to somebody in particular to help us get through as many as possible, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Hello. So it's on. Hi, my name is Mona Sirin-Skrede, and I work with communications, media, and storytelling for Uluba Independent Living Norway, our Norwegian delegation here. And I want to ask a question about algorithm bias, because our first speaker briefly talked about what happens when the algorithms are fed data based on society, and so the bias in society will also be transferred into the algorithms. And I have encountered this several times in trying to make ad campaigns, for instance. And tech giants such as Google have guidelines that say that that have a very medical standpoint on disability. So, for instance, Google's guidelines say clearly that people don't want to be confronted with health issues such as disability. And so this in turn makes it so that we are not visible in the digital world either. We are not able to redirect our ads to disabled people so that they can see what we are offering as, for instance, as a personal assistance organization. So I'm wondering, do any of the speakers on the panel today have any solutions for this? Is it possible to counter work these mechanisms? Can we feed, is there a possibility to feed the algorithms correct information, that sort of thing? Thank you.
Alejandro, would you like to take that question, please?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question, and congratulations for the question, because that's indeed one of the challenges. I would say the most difficult one. I mean, we need to acknowledge that the algorithms work on a set of, on a data set, and that data set tends to favor, let's call it the average user. And people with disabilities, we are not the average user. The algorithm cannot and will probably not. I very much doubt it. This is my personal opinion, not EDF, but I very much doubt that an algorithm targeting a whole population can really grasp the diversity of humankind. And we are part of that diversity, but we cannot produce the data sets for the algorithm to take into account that there are more diverse people out there than what the algorithm considers the average user. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic about it, because I do really feel that there is a huge potential on artificial intelligence in support of independent living and accessibility. I think artificial intelligence can do amazing stuff as for creating, for example, automatically generate an accessible website, making environments more accessible. If we think of the Internet of Things at home and how they can support independent living, this opens up a really great possibilities for us. I'm not doubting that. I think this will come. But at the same time, and this is what really worries many of us, is that the use of the key is the use of artificial intelligence and the algorithm. For what are we using those algorithms? And this is one of the aspects that actually the AI regulation will tackle, like which uses of artificial intelligence are prohibited in the EU, which uses of artificial intelligence are high risk, and which uses are, low risk or like no posing a threat to society. Because we can think of easily of artificial intelligence discrimination, direct discrimination against us. If we think of, the recruitment example that it was mentioned before, eligibility criteria to access public services or private services, because but then we can also think of indirect discrimination as well. If we think of, for example, a really simple algorithm to come up, imagine a station with an airport and all the transport modes, and then the station uses an algorithm to come up with the connecting times that a passenger will need to go from the plane to the train, from the plane to the bus, or whatever option it has in the station. Probably that would be an algorithm managing the data of all passengers and coming up with the timetable of the transport services and saying, okay, this bus needs to leave at this, so the passenger from this plane can reach it and they will be able to connect. Do you think that algorithm will take into account that we need personal assistant, we need to take the accessible route in the station that is longer and so forth? This can be indirect discrimination, and we should be very much aware of this, because in the end, these technologies, any technology is about being most cost efficient and resource efficient, or however you frame it, to maximize benefits for companies, so we stay more time on Facebook or on Netflix and so forth, and also for governments to cut resources. So instead of looking at how we can solve also the bias issue, which I think is important, and there are some scientific people looking into how to solve the bias, we also need to look, and this is more important, I would say, again, this is my personal opinion, on the uses of AI. So where are we allowing our public governments and the companies to make use of this this artificial intelligence algorithm? So I very much encourage you all to be involved in the discussions around the Artificial Intelligence Act, which are happening now in the Parliament and in the Council, to reach out to your national governments, because this legislation is, this regulation actually is going to define what uses of AI will be allowed and what uses of AI will have safeguards. And our advocacy there is to ensure that fundamental rights are at the center of it. And we have several resources in EDF. If you're interested, don't hesitate to reach out. And I'm sorry for this long answer, but I think it's very important that we see also these dangers. Sorry.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question? Yes, guy in the blue t-shirt.
Okay, here you go. Hi, my name is Alex Ignatius. I'm part of Autism Spectrum Finland and UCAP, European Council of Autistic People. I have a few statements that lead to questions. So I'm actually an ICT student. This is actually part of what I'm studying and what I'm specializing in, which is user experience. One of the standards is ISO 9241-210, which is a complicated name. It actually is human-centered design. The process to get it, and most standard in companies and any kind of development, is to make multiple iterations, and where you get involved and you get people to test things and better. One of the issues, and we've brought it out here many times, and I think it's like the biggest issue, is getting people involved as experts, as designers, as coders, and people who actually experience or understand disability. Having disabled people be involved, be the ones doing it, being paid to do it. And if they don't have the skills in ICT, they have the skills as consultants and professionals in their specific disability. Because as an autistic person, it is one of those disabilities that is some of the most misunderstood and explained in society. We constantly have to correct and explain to people what has happening and what it is about. And the issue here is reaching out to people. People do not get reached out. They don't have access to it. We talked about funding earlier. We have no knowledge about the funding. We're an autistic-led autistic association. Most of the funding goes to autistic parent groups or groups that are not involving the autistic people and think what is better for them. That's an example. And this might actually involve a lot of different disabilities. And then when it comes to AI and human rights, the problem is like with the algorithms. If the algorithms are designed by people who don't understand, that have bias, they cannot design it in a way that reaches to the people. And it's going to cause a lot of issues. And we need to implement legislations and enforcement and forbid people from being able to design AI and design things that do not think about people with disabilities. They do not have the awareness and knowledge. If we just let people do it, however, it's always going to be a huge waste of money, time, and spending. We need to focus and get things done. So my question is, how do we get to enforce these legislations? How do we get to fund disabled groups, disabled companies, people that have disabilities that are in the profession and in the field, and be on panels and to reach out to more people? Because it's really, really hard to know. Like, we have no awareness of these fundings, and we're not involved or reach out. And it's really hard to get to that point. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. And that seems more like a parliamentary question if Jose wants to answer that particular question.
I think this is a topic in which I'm also learning myself, but what I feel is that sometimes in European Parliament documents, these issues are referred to in very broad and general terms, and one of the things that I've been noticing in some reports that are not in the area of disability policies is that there is a broad array of inclusivity concerns that are being formulated. And quite often, the issues of disability fall out of those inclusivity concerns, which would be, I mean, and it's not a question of putting groups against groups, but right now we discuss the issue of gender equality mainstreaming, which is a very legitimate policy guideline, which is to have all European policies addressing the issue of gender discrimination in their in several reports. And I think for the most part, in several talks that we have here, we have issues that have to be addressed in other kinds of policies. And what I feel is lacking, even in European political debate on disability, is that kind of mainstreaming, is thinking that every single policy has to address the issue of the discrimination against people with disabilities, be that conscious or more frequently unconscious discrimination. And it's something that I think that the movement can even use to have people relate to it. I mean, today, I think most people will be sensitive to the idea that all systems have to be designed, taking into account a number of characteristics. This is something that still doesn't happen for people with disabilities, even when the systems, when the issue of disability is central to those systems, such as, for instance, communication systems, or the example that was given on artificial intelligence. And this is something where I think this movement can even build some alliances. Of course, there is a problem, which is the fact that disability is a very diverse reality. But that's where I think the involvement of movements in the design of those policies and the principle of co-design can be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Jose, thank you. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of our session. It overran, and we're going to extend the break, and if you could be back here at 12:10. But if you do have questions, the panelists will still be around having coffee, so please feel free to ask them. And on behalf of ENIL, could I thank all of them for taking part in this morning's first session. Thank you.
Oh, I really enjoyed your speech.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's quite nice to finally meet you in person.
Yeah, because we exchanged some emails, right, about the project.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
How you doing? Are you enjoying
All good.
the event?
Busy. And September is always a super busy month.
I think for everyone.
Yeah. If you come back after
Sorry?
So that you answer the question?
Yeah, I wanted to add, but then we closed the. I just wanted to add that indeed, it's very difficult to get users involved in the test, and we see that in the TRIPS project as well. And I think there's different reasons for that. And one of those reasons are well, the civil people don't believe that we had
How far can I go? You're going to be around the table, like you go. Yeah, how far can go? Are you sitting this table or is that? I don't mind. Put me down there. Yeah. Is there anything that you pull up here, John? No. Matt, press one. Can you feel? Press one. Okay. We've got spare pen, we've got spare pen. That. Yeah. Okay. No, I got it. Yeah. Where did I put Oh. He's got a keynote speech. Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm always pretending to be. Yeah. It might be actually. Yeah. I wonder how many times he's actually given this speech. This is maybe Camille.
Sorry, we are starting.
Okay. I guess. Hello, hello. That's nice, thank you. That was fast. Hello, everyone. Please take your seat. We are starting in a couple of seconds. So make sure you are comfortable and you are in a place you feel nice, and get ready for the next session.
Yeah.
And please be quiet. Maybe someone can close the door as well. Thank you in advance for that. Okay. Okay. So I see a couple of people entering yet. Let's give them 30 seconds or 1 minute or something. Get yourself comfortable. There is space also here in the front and in the back for sure. It's so nice to see so many people, so big enthusiasm. Even though it's the last day, we imagine some of you are a bit tired, but it's very nice to see all of you from all over Europe to be here. Thank you for joining. Let's see. Okay, I see slowly we are getting into position. Let's give a few seconds more. In the meantime, let me introduce myself. So my name is Kamil Gungor. I work for ENIL as Policy and Movement Support Officer, and I will be the moderator today of the session on youth perspectives on independent living. It's a topic very important for ENIL and very close to also my heart. And I'm very happy to be here. But you are not here to listen to my annoying voice. We have some excellent speakers for that. We have some excellent speakers with better voice and better pronunciation than me. I'm very happy. Let me very briefly to introduce you all of them and then separately each of them. So you will hear a keynote speech from Dr. Miro Griffiths from UK and the University of Leeds and the Center for Disability Studies. Then we have Zara Todd, also from UK. She is a child and youth participation expert, youth worker. She lives in Scotland. And she has a lot of, she was also one of the co-founders of the ENIL Youth Network in the past. We have Emma Astrand from Sweden and still. She is a young activist with a lot of interesting online activity as well. We have Charlie Willis, again from UK. ENIL Youth Network board member, a young activist from UK, and yeah, with a lot of also of interesting activities, also knowledge on various topics. And finally, we will close with a speech from Nicolas Joncourt from France, and Cleo Tist, who is together with his assistants on the stage, on the I think on the right on the side. So all of them are here. I would like to ask you two things before we start. One is, in order to make the session inclusive and accessible to everyone, because some of the people here receive a bit differently, you know, the inputs from noise or from whatever, you know, sensory activities. I would like to ask you, if you are enthusiastic and want to applaud the speakers, to not do it in the usual way, to not clap, because that's not very accessible for all participants, and it can be a bit, you know, difficult for some of us. So I will give the floor very quickly to Claire, assistant of Nicolas, to explain you how you can applaud and how you say your appreciation and your thank you to people in a very inclusive and accessible way. Claire, can you tell us a bit?
Yes, I have. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So yeah, basically, there are several ways you can just express your enjoying, yeah, and your joy as someone is speaking. So you can do the silent clapping like this with the both hands, or otherwise you can try, if you want to make little noise, you can do little noise, but just try to avoid the high-pitched sounds. So yeah, so you can do whatever with feet or hands or arms. Yeah, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Claire. So that was one favor I wanted to ask. The second favor I want to ask is, if you haven't signed the participant list, it's good you do it at some point today, because we need it for the commission. And if you haven't registered, that's also your last opportunity today. So outside, my colleague Stanislas will be here for you to do that. So please pass at some point and register and sign the participants list. And finally, to the interpreters and to the captioners, if you feel we speak too quick or you don't understand, don't hesitate to interrupt me and to the rest of us, so we will make sure that the session works for everyone. With having said that, I spoke already too much. I think now is the time to go to our speakers. And as I said, we will have a keynote presentation from Dr. Miro Griffiths. And yeah, I think I will give the floor to Miro. And Miro, you can introduce more yourself and take the floor. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So hello, everybody. My name is Miro Griffiths. I am from the UK. I'm based at the University of Leeds in the Centre for Disability Studies. I'm also well connected to ENIL. For those of you who don't know, I was a board member for ENIL previously, and I was also a founding member of the ENIL Youth Network. I've been asked to talk about imagining accessible and inclusive societies in the future and how that links into thinking about youth and disability activism. But I suppose it starts with a question for all of us, which is, where does the hope come from when we think about our activism? Where does the hope come from when we think about what type of society we want to live in? Because we all know from our personal experiences, from the data, from the evidence, from the decisions that are made by people in power and authority, we know that our lives are littered with examples of oppression and exclusion. We know we've got experiences of violence continuously in institutions, in our own homes, in our own communities. And the question is, why is this tolerated? We go on our protests like we did yesterday, like we've done previously, and yet people in Brussels, people across Europe, people across the world, they tolerate the exclusion and the marginalization that we experience on a daily basis, either because they don't know or because they don't care. And I think that raises the question then really, which is, how do we gain hope through our activism for the future? And one thing I think is about how do we ensure that we have the space and the opportunities which are accessible, but allow us to be consistently thinking about what alternative way do we want society to be organized about? Because so often when we talk about inclusion and accessibility, often we're talking about integration. We're talking about trying to fit in to society as it currently is, trying to make it a little bit better for us to be part of it, thinking about tweaks to policy and legislation. And of course, these issues are important because they're part of the journey towards where we want to go to. But for me, the question is there different ways of imagining how we want society to be organized? Is there different ways of thinking about how we want to be valued in our communities? How do we be valued as productive members of society? For some of us, that is being part of the labor market and gaining employment. So we have rights and we have campaigns about employment. But for some of us, work is not where we want to be. We want to be seen as valued members of our communities and of society in general in different ways. And this brings me then to where the importance of youth is. Because for youth activism, and it's an area that I research, spend a lot of my time researching on, and I have a lot of interest in. For me, youth activism is about opening up those spaces for the possible and preferable alternative ways for us to organize society. So if we're trying to create the spaces for opportunities for young people to be part of disability activism, we have to think about their participation, but we also have to think about the level of participation within our existing organizations and our networks and our spaces. So for me, it comes down to three particular issues. One is activist membership. How do we increase more young people to be part of our movement and to have a presence within our movement? To recognize that disability activism is something that is desirable, that is needed, that is important. Because for many of us, our activism is based on linking our own personal experiences to the broader social, political, economic, cultural aspects in society. So how do we ensure that more young people get opportunity to think about the connection between their own experiences and realize that there is a different way of organizing society where we can all have value and acceptance? But it also comes down to ensuring that young people can influence our existing organizations. Now, of course, as somebody who's been involved in youth networks for many years, and I'm coming towards the end of being considered a young person, so I hope that I'm not going to be up here next time. But when it comes to youth networks, on one hand, we need to have the spaces available for young people to come together to explore the strategies, the agendas, the tactics that we want to employ in order to progress our inclusion in society. But we also need young people to influence our broader strategies as well. I get a little bit frustrated when the question that is asked to young people is, what's the youth's perspective on this particular issue? It's not a youth perspective. It's a perspective on complex issues that matter to all of us. So for me, it's how do we ensure that young people can inform, influence, affect our existing strategies and work? And finally, the third point here is about thinking through how do we constantly make space to think about the future of our activism. We're encountering numerous different social issues that are coming about that affect our participation, that question our existence. 10 years ago, we weren't thinking about the context of disabled people living in a pandemic. And yet when we reached the point of the pandemic, we saw how easy it was to erode our rights, to question our existence, and to deprioritize our lives. So for me, our activism has to be about responding to the crisis now, but it's also about making the space available for us to think about what's the long-term plan, what's the long-term vision that we want to explore and travel on, but recognize that we can move in different directions as well. And this is where it's really exciting when I talk to young activists who are coming up with multiple different avenues of possibilities, of things that we want to prioritize through our activism, things that we want to explore now or be considering. And we don't need to tie ourselves to these ideas, but we need to make the space available for us to think about it and give space over to allowing more people to be welcomed in to our activism. So it comes for me to this question of mobilization and recognizing the need to build solidarity amongst young people but within and across the different existing networks of activists and social movements associated with disabled people. But it also requires us, I think, to be very focused on the importance of allyship. Because as we've seen, disability activism is often associated with issues of society, issues of rights, issues of inclusion and accessibility. And these issues matter to other social movements as well. But worryingly, when we look at other social movements, other groups who don't prioritize disability, but are thinking about how society should be organized, they don't include the voice of the disabled people. And we don't include them either within our own work as well. So I think there needs to be, when we think about the future, there needs to be more of a focus on the intersectional aspects of bringing together the different cross-cutting key issues affecting our existence for all in society. Take something like climate change, for example. When you look at the ideas and the topics and the questions about how to address climate change, very rarely does it think about the importance of accessibility for disabled people. So if we're going to have visions for survival, for existence, and for thriving in the future, we need to ensure that we are talking to different groups and bringing different groups together. And this is where, when you look at youth activism, you see the importance of intersectionality. You see the importance of disabled young people thinking about various different social issues, various different political issues, and they're entangling them, they're tying them together. And this is what we need to focus on and be informed by when we think about the alternative visions for the future. But when we think about alternative visions, I think it's incredibly important that we allow ourselves to be open to possibility. And for me, I get one question I consistently get asked by colleagues in disability studies or by disabled people and activists and so on, is what's the purpose of disability activism? And for me, and this is my answer is often informed by the comments by young disabled people that I speak to. And the answer is that the point of disability activism is to propose a way to organize society that benefits everybody, not just disabled people. Because if we just focus on the concept of disability, we will only be talking about integration. But if we offer an alternative vision for everybody, where we say the world doesn't work for the majority of people. So through disability activism, we can think about alternative ways of organizing, of participating, of being, of connecting with each other, of existing. And this will not just benefit disabled people, but it will benefit other marginalized communities as well. And it will allow us then to have a united voice of challenging the populist movements that we have across Europe, because they are growing. We have to acknowledge that, particularly for right-wing and fascist sectors of our society, these groups are growing because they have a united voice and they can offer a very simple solution. And that solution is to deprive us of our rights, but also to relegate us to never existing again. So we have to think about a united argument where we can think about the future through embracing diversity and embracing human variance, but saying that to do this, we need young disabled people to inform all of our work and ensure that young disabled people are thinking about responding to the immediate crises of today, but offering alternative visions for tomorrow as well. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Miro. Thank you for this great keynote introduction and keynote speech. I think Miro brought the topic to its core from the very beginning, and he has set very well the floor for the what is now to follow. And what is now to follow normally is the idea was to have a round of 2 questions for Zara, Emma, and Charlie. And after that, Nicola would close the session with his speech, which he prepared in advance. However, because we are a bit low on time and I want to be sure that there will be also some part for the discussion, I will start with 1 question for each of the of the speakers I said. And if we have time, we will do also the second one. So I'm starting with Zara. And Zara, I would like to ask you, do you think, since as we said, you are also working with children, a part of youth, and children are not always mentioned, in the discussions on independent living. So I wanted to ask you, can children play an active role in the whole process to independent living, or this is not relevant to them?
Independent living is relevant to all disabled people, regardless of their age. I think one of the key elements around involving children and young people is it's all children and young people, because often I hear like, this young person has an intellectual disability, they can't have independent living, or this person is non-verbal, they can't have independent living. That is wrong. Everyone can have independent living. I think one of the key elements around supporting disabled children and young people to have access to independent living is to make sure that it's relevant to where they are in life. We often go in asking really, really big questions and asking people to make really, really big decisions. And that can be really scary. And actually, it's about building it up slowly over time, thinking about what's important to each individual child and young person, rather than trying to throw everything at them at once. I think one of the key things is also to talk in language that is accessible and relevant. So not to talk in policy language. Do you want a personal assistant? Do you want someone to help you or support you is much more accessible. Thinking about how you want support and where you want support, rather than asking big open-ended questions like, how do you want to live your life for the next 20 years? If you're 5 years old, that's really scary. And actually another key element is thinking about how you're going to involve a child or young person's whole community and whole family in engaging them in independent living. You shouldn't expect a disabled child or a young person to take more responsibility for their life than a non-disabled young person. Also, you shouldn't expect them to take it in isolation to their family. If you have a personal assistant, that personal assistant is going to be part of your family life. So you should be involving your whole family in how that works best for you. But on the same or on the opposite side, one of the things that's really important is building in the ideas of choice and control gradually over time, relevant to a young person's age. So if a young person wants to do something with their personal assistant that another young person of a similar age that doesn't need a personal assistant wants to do, is there really a reason to say no? Because actually, one of the really important things is that you get to grow with your personal assistant and grow with your decision making. I work with a lot of young people that are like 15, 16, 17, heading towards adulthood, and they tell me, I want to be independent when I'm an adult. And I ask, how are you independent now? Because actually it's about a process, and we don't automatically chuck all of our children out of our houses when they turn 18. So we shouldn't do the same to disabled children and young people. And it's how can we build in processes that allow people to understand what choice and control really means for them. And the really important thing for me is that choice and control is something that everyone can demonstrate, whether they use verbal communication or not, whether they have a learning disability or not. And that to me is really, really key. Like if someone's not happy, they're going to let you know, whether they're using words or body language or something else. And I think that that's the key thing, to kind of make sure that you're working in ways that work for individuals.
Thanks a lot, Zara. Thanks for addressing this topic that it's not very often, heard. And I was looking at the faces of participants, and I saw that, the big majority was really interested to hear about this. And even smiling at some point, because they realize that this is something which is so true, but also so not discussed and so unusual in such an environment. So thank you for bringing this perspective. Now, let's leave a bit children on the side for a bit, and let's grow up a little bit, and let's become youngsters, and let's go also to Emma. So I will ask Emma, what do you think, which are the main barriers that disabled youngsters face in order to live independently?
So I feel like for the first thing, I should just point out that I myself would not consider myself being old as young anymore. I'm already pushing my 30s. And I feel like the one most important thing when we talk about young people in general is, of course, representation. I feel like young people should try to answer this question themselves, what's their main barrier is. So we do an attempt. And I would say that, I mean, of course, the main barrier for everyone, every person with disability, no matter your age, is of course institutionalization, both actual institutions, but also mobile ones. In Sweden, we can see a very clear example of this. When I was a teen, I had 24-hour personal assistance. I still do, but many people today don't. They're facing a radically different reality than I was. And I mean that being young is all about experimenting. You're experimenting with different lifestyles, different ways of living, different identities. And transitioning into adulthood and everything that entails, you need personal assistance or some kind of service or, assistive equipment and technology in order to be able to do that. And in order to have that, you of course need a personal budget and direct payment. But when you don't have that, you're basically stuck in childhood. You're stuck in your family home. You're dependent on people who can help you out. And they need to have time to do that. And of course, then you can't live independently. And you can't be young on the same premises as people who are not disabled. So obviously that the actual main barrier for young people in general is of course the institutions and the lack of personal assistance.
So thanks a lot, Emma. Thank you for bringing also this personal touch to this story about, about the institutionalization and the problem of that it's also relevant to young people. Sometimes we don't see it that visibly. And also all the things you mentioned. Now I will go to Charlie. And Charlie, I will ask you, how important you think is intersectionality when we discuss about the independent living of young disabled people? We heard Miro Griffiths mentioning it briefly, so we would like you maybe to elaborate on that. Thank you.
Sure, I'll just start the recording on my phone because I always like to share with my mother the talks that I'm doing, and I think it's always nice for her to hear it. I know that I'm not the only one that can talk on this topic. I know that we are a room full of people with multiple identities, and I think that that's really important to recognize. And it's how those identities come to the fore through through intersectionality that is the most important. But it's not just important, it is crucial. It is necessary that we think in intersectional ways and think about how our lives are similar to those of other people, and where can we find those points of connection. because ultimately it is through connection that we can find an element of hope. And this is what Miro was talking about. We have a youth movement that is hungry for change, and ultimately hope, pride can be an antidote to a lot of the barriers that we feel. They cannot necessarily remove those barriers that can come through policy change and direct action that we saw yesterday. But we can also think about understanding and broadening out our perception of choice and control, of personal assistance, of independent living, and really recognize that every disabled person, regardless of disability or impairment, needs access to choice and control, be that through personal assistance, be that through gainful employment, however they want to value that choice and control. And ultimately, how we view those that are productive in society needs to change. I work a lot with young disabled people that are quite far from the labor market. We put them into 3-month internships, and a majority of those are extended in some way. But the way that we do that is by working with the individuals to lift them up and kind of teach them about their rights and what they can ask for from their employers. But it's also about working directly with those employers themselves and say, this is how you can implement adjustments. Legislation often talks about reasonable accommodations or reasonable adjustments. There is nothing unreasonable about what you will be asking for to achieve your best. And ultimately, instead of asking for what you need to survive, you need to be asking for what you need to thrive. Why is it that we always look for the bare minimum when we could ask for so much more? I think we need to think about spaces and how we broaden these out and go beyond disability. How can we become at the forefront of discussions around technology, climate change, even agriculture? Everything impacts on our livelihood and the way that disabled people are seen. And young people, we often hear that young people are the future, and it's about imagining that future, both in the short term as well as in the long term as well. We need to be thinking across issues. We need to be thinking about how we want to become relevant. How can we actually start setting the agenda, which is something that one of my colleagues on the youth board, Mima, mentioned the other day. How can we get in front of issues as young people and set the agenda so that they become representative and intersectional? We also need to think about, what do we value as individuals? What is important to us? But we need to have a conversation around, what do we value from each other? And how can we come together to build that as a movement? This is why it always comes back to connection. And that is why intersectionality is necessary, because intersectionality is where we find our connection to individuals and each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. And thank you also all of you who are following the applauding method that we are introducing today. You know, we are all learning and we are bringing new ideas. Every Freedom Drive has something new. And it's very exciting to see how together we become even more accessible, more inclusive, more diverse, more intersectional. So I checked the clock and we have time. So I will go also with the second question to the previous speakers before I give the floor to Nicola. So now the idea was that I prepared the same question to Zara, Emma, and Charlie, so we can hear, what they think. What they think. Let me see, because it's the microphone in front of my paper, so I don't see my paper. But okay, that's live. So so the question was for Zara, Charlie, and Emma: what are the 3 most important steps that need to be taken in order to make independent living a reality for young disabled people? What are the 3 most important steps? So I will keep the same order. Zara, would you like to go first?
Okay, is this working? Yes, it is. So I think there are 3 really important things, and they've already been touched on. The first is that we need to give young disabled people the space to make decisions and choices about their lives that fit where they are in life. So making sure that what we're asking them and what we're supporting them to make decisions around is actually relevant to where they are. Like asking someone who's 10 what they want to do for the rest of their life is going to be scary. You wouldn't ask it of a non-disabled young person, so you shouldn't be putting that amount of pressure on a disabled young person. So the first is to give people like ways to have choice and control over their lives that progress with how they progress with their age. The second thing, and I'm gonna be stealing from an earlier speaker, is you need to invest in community-based independent living and give people actual choice and control over the services that are available to them, so that actually independent living is possible. Young people have services and provision of personal assistance that is relevant and appropriate for them, rather than something that comes out of a cookie cutter. The last thing, and this is stealing from my Norwegian colleagues, is actually being proud, strong, and visible. It is really difficult to imagine what an independent life looks like if no one around you has an independent life. So it's really important that there are opportunities to gain inspiration, aspiration, and dream space about how you want to live your life as a disabled young person now, but also as a disabled adult. So visibility of disabled people, living independent lives, exercising choice and control, making bad mistakes as well as good mistakes is really important.
Thank you, Zara. Yeah. Thank you, Zara. Thank you. I will. I mean, I like of course all of your statement and all of the previous statements, but I will keep the last sentence. Making bad mistakes is as important as making good mistakes, and we should be able to make these mistakes. So this is something very nice and very a nice message to bring. Now I will go with the same question to Emma. So Emma, what are the 3 steps, the 3 most important steps that we need to be taken in order to make independent living a reality for young disabled people, in your opinion?
I would say that the 3 steps which are most important has already been brought up by Sarah and Rowan Charlie, but I would say that the 3 steps are both on an individual as well as societal level. So for the first thing, of course, people need empowerment. People need to be able to believe in their own capabilities and abilities, and they need to see that this is possible. And this is something that needs to be enabled by your surroundings, by your schools, by your friends and family, your free time activities, etc. And then we have, which I touched upon before, the representation aspect. You need to be able to see it to be it, and you should also have people to look up to, role models, so to speak. We've been talking about this a lot at STEAM, where I work, where we have talked a lot about the pioneers of, for example, personal assistance. And people are not all that aware about their own history. I think that this is something that we truly lack in the disability community. We're quite bad, at least in Sweden, to talk about the history and where we come from, which makes it even harder for young people. And then, of course, my third point will always be personal assistance. or similar services that people need in order to live a full and independent life. And this should be just an obvious thing, really, because, I mean, you can't really be empowered and you can't really be represented if you're not able to partake in the society as everyone else. So empowerment, representation, and personal assistance would I say are the three main aspects.
Thank you, Emma. Again, all three steps are super important, but I would highlight, as I did with Zara 1, and I would highlight empowerment, since I think we didn't have much of that before. So, I mean, at least in this session. So, yeah, it's very important, and it's good that thank you for bringing it to the discussion. Now I will do the same question to Charlie. So, Charlie, what do you think are the three most important steps?
Thanks, Camille. I think I would kind of build on what was said previously. And ultimately for me, it's about pride, finding times and places where we can feel proud of our identities, of who we are, and build that collective voice. I think for me, disability has always been a journey, and for each of us individually, disability is a journey, both how we see ourselves and the barriers that we experience, but also as we age, especially as young people, no one talks about what it's like to be disabled and starting to get older and age. And I've had to find out a lot about my condition myself and start talking to other people around my age about, how difficult things have suddenly become. That's not necessarily changed how I view myself or how I view my disability. It's just a recognition that actually, as time goes on, things will change. And so therefore my relationship with my disability and my relationship with society will change. Ultimately, we have to be able to adapt as a movement. And I think that is what is most important for independent living. So as I mentioned before, it's about broadening out the definition. Why is it just, are we representative in this room? Are we representative of every disabled person that we want to be representative of? Are we global? Do we need to be global, or is European enough? I'm not saying from a power-hungry version of, Europe needs to be everywhere, but I'm saying that actually, are we representative of who we want to represent? We also need a collective view of independent living. And I know that ENIL has worked hard to get this, but we need this definition to be adopted by the European Union. And we need participation at every single level, from local councils to schools to wider and larger parliaments and groups. And ultimately, it is about representation. How do I know that I can get there if somebody else hasn't gone there before? But I think when I started on my own kind of personal journey in regards to disability activism, I always thought, oh, okay, I'll go and open the door for somebody else without walking through it, without kind of grasping power myself. Again, I'm not power hungry, although it might sound like it. But ultimately, I need to push myself through that door. I need to be the one that is seizing power to actually take control over my own life in the way that disability is seen by society. The thing is that isn't just my journey. That can be yours too. Why are we content with not commanding the discussion, not setting the agenda in regards to independent living? I think one of the more immediate steps that we can take is more events like this. More events where we can have conversations, where we can come together as people. I really do think that we need to have a collective view of what independent living, choice and control, and personal assistance mean to us. But we also need to not be precious. We need to be able to adapt and change our movement and our conversation in ways that will only benefit us. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. Again, I will highlight one of the things you said, as I did with the previous speaker, to be fair. And I will highlight the notion of space and the importance of young people having space to be, as you said, proud, among other things. So thank you. Now we will go to the concluding speech of our panelists. And this will be by Nicolas Joncourt, together with the support of his assistant, Claire. They are a very good and coordinated duo, as you will see. And Nicola prepared a statement in advance. And yeah, I give the floor to you guys. And yeah, looking forward to hear.
So Nico's PA talking now. So as Nico is typing to communicate, I will just get the mic closer to his iPad so you can hear what he types. When you're ready, Nico. Okay. All right.
H E L L O hello E V E R Y O N E everyone I E F E E L feel V E R Y very G L A D glad T O 2 B E B C H E E R E here W I T H with you. Hello everyone, I feel very glad to be here with you. N E
Okay, so now Nico will just activate the voice on the computer so it can read the speech he prepared in advance.
I am really fantastically excited to be speaking at this conference. With great hope for change, I am sending you my thoughts on the future of our societies in terms of inclusion and accessibility. If I could make a full conference, I would title it, Finding Better Strategies for Real Accessibility and Inclusion for Neurodivergent People. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to do so. So I want to talk here about the lack of consideration for people who have a reputation for being unintelligent or crazy, and for people who are not able to communicate orally. I am a non-speaking autistic guy, and I communicate by typing on my iPad, my keyboard or my letterboard. It's very funny and super cool for me to be both a non-speaker and a speaker today. I have been asked if I felt that people with neurodivergent and or intellectual and or mental disabilities are left out of the fight for disability rights. I only believe that we are a minority within the minority. I feel desperate about this illusion of freedom that we have pretended to ignore for fear of displeasing others, or for fear of feeling that for too long, able-bodied people have had the unfortunate tendency to prefer to decide our destiny for us. Is it the destiny of people with physical disabilities to achieve independent living? If so, so should everyone. For all of us. However, I am quite aware that deinstitutionalization is often totally inconceivable for most people when they think of us, who would supposedly not be intelligent. I denounce this aberration. In no way are we less legitimate than our brothers and sisters in accessing human dignity, freedom and happiness. And no, intelligence is not a criterion for obtaining the right to independent living. I am a human being, with rights, and hopes that these rights will be more respected. I speak today on behalf of all those who are or have been discriminated against, abandoned, abused, on the grounds of their so-called non-intelligence. I want to say above all to non-disabled people and disabled people that the concept of intelligence being determined as a condition for access to independent living is totally absurd. I have experienced so many times their glances, their words or their violent and disrespectful laughter coming down on me like sledgehammers hitting my whole heart. And I have endured it without collapsing. What keeps me fighting is my faith. I tell myself to forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. What keeps me struggling is also being with you in action. Forgiveness is not enough. We have to make sure that we never have to suffer looks or behavior like that again. I can attest to having spent my childhood and teenage years having to prove my intelligence, because I was too often looked at as stupid for the simple reason that my body does not obey me, and the sounds I make come out of my mouth without my consent. People believe that intelligence, as they understand it, is a condition for an active life full of interactions. I can't hide my disability. I can't pretend to be ordinary. Autistic people who live like me in the able-bodied society and not in medical jails talk a lot about masking, the terrible obligation to force oneself to appear neurotypical in social situations. But I can't pretend to be someone else. I am me, with my body that doesn't want to obey me and my voice that sounds despite my will. I am me, with lots of things to write down that my mouth cannot say. In fact, I don't want to compare our oppressions. Without a doubt, we've all felt those small, challenging everyday things that tell us we're burdens, trash to be thrown away or just bodies to be exploited. Even though a lot of people believe in me today, the majority of people think that I am unable to have thoughts of my own. There's a song by my favorite singer, Daniel Dark, which says, "Am I useless and out of use? Or just a little too bitter?" It seemed to me that this song was about me, but I know today that these dark ideas are the weight of the ableism of the whole history of our civilizations. What I want is to give voice to those who are always perceived as stupid or totally out of step with the appearance of intelligence. I want to share with you now a text by Amy Sequenzia, who is a non-speaking autistic person, a writer and a disability rights activist who is deeply involved with the neurodiversity movement. She serves on the board of directors of the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, ASN, and the Florida Alliance for Assistive Services and Technology, FAST. This is an excerpt from an article she wrote in 2018. The title of the article is, "Intelligence is an ableist Concept." Being human should be enough to deserve rights. Intelligence, used as a way to justify our right to accessibility, and our value as people, is an ableist concept. Today, I know better. I know that being human should be enough to deserve rights. I know that the reason I type is not to prove that I am intelligent. I type because I have words. People who have intellectual disabilities are assumed to be not intelligent. By using intelligence as a reason why we deserve accessibility and respect, we are ignoring and harming those who have intellectual disabilities, the ones who are still not valued, the ones whose voice is still not understood, and actively ignored. I also believe that intelligence is a social construct. It is subjective and cannot be proved. Some people might be better at certain things, we even call some of those people geniuses. But their intelligence is the product of a concept of the time and place they live in. It is possible that, in another time, in another place, their intelligence would not be superior. I do understand that most people don't think about concepts and constructs when talking about intelligence, or when saying that someone is so intelligent. But the word can, and is, used to harm and exclude some disabled people, including myself, and people who look a lot like me.
That was the end of the quote.
I'm sure we can take Amy's words as lights in the night and follow her thoughts on how to better involve the disintelligenced people, a neologism I made to talk about people who are perceived as unintelligent, and who are also prevented from developing their own abilities. I certify that the struggle needs to truly value our voices and seek needs to break down meritocratic values for greater inclusive diversity in our activist environments and also in the public spaces, at school, at work, in universities, in the entire society. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you for this very, very different, very personal approach and intervention, and very needed also, I would say. We need to hear things like that. And thank you for bringing the concept of intelligence and for practically saying it doesn't have to do anything with independent living. And intelligence is a social construction. And in the end of the day, who are we to say who is intelligent and who is not? And who cares who is intelligent, who is not? It doesn't matter. What matters is that we all have rights to live independent living. And this is what you demonstrated, Nicola, and thank you for that. Now, as you saw, our young speakers and young representatives, our youth network, which we value and invest a lot in ENIL, and we believe in it, is not only very capable, very knowledgeable, very active, but they are also very good on time, which is not always the case in conferences. We started late, but we have still time for Q&A. That means that we have about, let's say, 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more, for questions, or maybe someone wants to share something. Now is the space. I would ask Ines, will you pass the mic? How it works? So I see a hand in the middle of the room. This is the first hand I saw, so we go to Ines is already going there. Please say your name, your country, because it's nice to see the diversity of the audience. And if you are addressing a specific person or, generally.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'm George. I'm not so young. I'm almost 70. Well, I came from Portugal, and I came from a country with a strong Catholic influence, and so it's a place where people, disabled people, they are confronted with assistantialism and charity, and they are not very, they don't know very well their rights and what they are. And I think that to have more people involved in activism, in disability activism, I think that it is important that disabled people know what is to be disabled in this society, and that they belong to a group that is socially oppressed, socially excluded, and only with this conscience that it's possible for people with disabilities to fight for his or their rights. I think that it's very, very important to work and to debate with people with disabilities about this condition. Only when we are, when we know very well what we are and why we are oppressed and why we are excluded, we can fight against these things.
Can I take one more question?
Hi, I'm Heta Pukki from Finland. I'm the president of UCAP, the European Umbrella Organization for Autistic People's Associations. I would request brief answers from any panelist who wants to give one to a question of any young person in any European country who now needs to move out of their parents' home and is only being offered the option of a group home. How would you advise them?
one more.
Hello to everybody. I'm Miroslava Ivanovic from Montenegro, the Executive Director of the Initiative of Youth with Disabilities of BOCA, and also ENIL Youth Network Board member. I have a comments about further, let's say, three steps for strengthening the youth activism within the disability rights movement. I think I loved the interaction of Zara that independent living is important for children with disabilities too. And I would like to add that it's very important to work with families of children with disabilities to provide them with support needed for adequate childhood of their children with disabilities, and to adopt the paradigm which actually is based on future independent living of their child. As I mentioned, I'm from Montenegro, and there are still families in Montenegro who hide their children with disabilities because of shame of the society. And I think it is very, very important to work on that issue, and also on inclusive education, because my personal experience gave me that let's say knowledge and conclusion that is very useful to be in regular school and to change our opinions and experiences with youth without disabilities and children without disabilities. So we change ourselves, but we also change our peers without disabilities. Thank you.
So in this phase, we take 2 more questions, then we answer them because it will be 5 questions. And after that, we see the time, because I see there is big interest for many people to share stuff, which is fantastic, but we have limitations. So who is speaking first? Demi, okay.
Hello, I'm Dimitra and I'm 15 from Greece. I actually wanted to talk about the exact same subject about special schools, and about how I think special schools is one of the biggest boundaries that disabled children have. I'm not saying that it's easy to close all special schools in one day. There definitely needs to be accommodations first to ordinary schools. But by not having special schools, disabled children would be able to come in contact with their classmates who are not disabled or disabled. And also this way, non-disabled children would come in contact with disabled children. And this way, it would be easier for the next generation to have a better understanding of disability, and therefore work all together to create a more inclusive society. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Łukasz Orylski. I come from Poland. I would like to ask Miro and Charlie, could you please give us at least one but very concrete example of some intersectional initiative about intersectional practice of cooperation between the disabled community and other marginalized groups. Thank you.
I think we will do as we said, so we are sure we are on time. So let's keep these 5 questions for now. Give the floor to speakers to follow up, to share their thoughts if they want. And then if we have a few more minutes, we give to a bit more people just to be sure because I think there is even more people who would like to share. So let's see. Is there anyone? Yeah, Ines will give the microphone.
I can
Okay,
go.
Zara is starting. And
I-
yeah, then Zara, you pass the microphone, whoever next to you wish to speak. And Emma has a microphone as well.
So there was a lot of different comments about a lot of different things. There were three things that really stood out to me. So the person who asked a comment at the beginning about kind of how do we deal with this, I think one of the really big things about the society we live in now, it expects disabled people to be grateful for having whatever non-disabled people are willing to give us. If we're to create a future for children and young disabled people and newly disabled people, we need to challenge this expectation that we should be grateful for what we have, and we should be pushing and talking about rights and what that means, and ensuring that children, young people and their families know what their rights are. I also there was someone else that asked about examples of intersectional movements, and there is a lot of work happening between disability spaces and women's spaces. So what we've seen is a lot of collaboration at a European level with the European Women's Lobby to remove things like forced sterilization in Europe. And that's an example of how it's a cross-cutting issue that affects both groups, and that working together can make it stronger. The last thing that I was going to comment on was the speaker from Greece that was talking about the importance of inclusive education. If we want an inclusive society, that means that all of our systems and structures need to be inclusive of disabled people. We can't go through education, get to 18 and suddenly go, include us. If you've never met a disabled person as you've grown up, you're not going to know like that we're just like everyone else, or that what is appropriate or not. So inclusive education is really, really important, and it's something that we should be fighting for, not only to ensure that disabled people get the right to education and access education alongside other people, but it's about how we build communities. And as disabled people, we don't exist in isolation. We are part of our communities. That means that we are part of our employment, we are part of education, we are part of how our communities exist, and we enrich them. We're an asset to our communities, and we need to build that in from the moment we come into existence, and make sure that people have knowledge of how they can help us to be included from the start.
Thank you. So I'll just talk on the topic that I was asked directly about in regards to intersectionality. I think how to start. I think my whole life has been or partly an intersectional struggle. I think as a bisexual person, I would say that on the one hand, you're kind of desexualized by society as a disabled person, because you know, for some reason, non-disabled people are uncomfortable with the idea of bodies like ours or minds like ours having sex or meaningful relationships or kinky sex or whatever it may be. And on the other hand, if you are a bisexual person, you are often very hypersexualized. So this idea that you want to have sex all the time. And to be fair, I'm not having enough sex, but maybe that's for another comment. But I think the challenge really is around access to those LGBT spaces for me. And it's actually about feeling welcome in those spaces, because actually in some ways you might be less likely to encounter other disabled people in those spaces because of how we've been treated. You know, I have been sexually assaulted as a queer person in a club before, because somebody thought it was so amazing that I was there, that he you know, treated me very differently. And I've also been in my first relationship, which was a very difficult and very painful relationship. I was made to feel bad as a disabled person. I was made to feel completely othered and ostracized, and that's had done massive damage to my self-esteem and how I view myself now. But I think it's about finding that point of connection, and really about saying, you know, as a disabled queer person, this is my experience. But it's also about challenging both the LGBT movements and the disability movement to be inclusive of one another. So I think it's about, you know, challenging those clubs or those queer spaces to be more accessible, or it's about working with LGBT organizations in our countries around how can you include more disabled people that are LGBT. Yeah, thank you.
I also like to point out the importance of accessible communities, not only like in real life communities, but also the importance of online ones. I think that many people who are not permitted like in an individual life, they are often bound to their homes. They're often institutionalized inside their own homes. But most people today have access to the internet. And I think it's very important that we talk about the importance of accessible online spaces as well, both safe spaces for people with disabilities, where other people who do not have any disabilities can't actually access, so we can share our stories in a safe space and help each other out. But also other intersectional spaces where you can maybe access those spaces at first on an online basis in order to be able to raise your voice in a more safe space, basically. So I would just like to point out the very important need of always trying to find your own community and find like-minded people, and not only in your own area, but also like in every part of the world, really.
Thank you. Are the speakers already happy, or there is someone else who would like to follow up?
I can add something, Camille, as well. So just a couple of things from Meg. I think Charlie and Zara picked up on the intersectionality point well. I think when it comes to inclusive education, I'm completely in agreement with everybody. I would also add that we need to make sure that our demands and our ideas of inclusive education isn't about trying to get disabled learners into the existing way we've organized mainstream education. Inclusive education is about the reimagining of what education is and what it can do and how it should be organized. What are the spaces for learning in? Who delivers knowledge? Who allows us to have exchanges of knowledge? This is an educational space for many people, and yet it's pushed to the fringes of mainstream society. So the question is, how do we reimagine education to be about everybody, but also to think differently about the ways in which we learn, the ways in which we use knowledge to progress as a society and to make changes in society. And I think this ties back to my point on and what others have said as well about the importance of disability activism. Where is the spaces within educational structures and systems where we teach about disability activism, where we teach about the importance of thinking about disability as a political issue linked to issues of social oppression that people have said in the audience? Even if we have people trapped currently in special schools, we should be thinking about how, because we know that we're not going to close special schools overnight. So we need to think about how do we ensure that learners that are trapped in special schools and segregated environments, how do we give them accessible forms of knowing about activism, knowing about politics, about rights and so on. And then think about how do we bring activism into the new ways of organizing education? How do we ensure that teachers are aware of, are using disability activism as part of their teaching when they're talking about society, when they're talking about participation, living together, building communities, the importance of communities and so on. And the other point I'd make, which links into the aspect of the importance of intersectionality, but I think it's key to the future of disability activism, is that we must prioritize local mobilization. Often I see very fast that we find and identify excellent activists, individuals, often young people, and we accelerate them straight to European level or international level or national level. We need to think about local mobilization, because local mobilization is a way of then thinking about what does disability mean in our local context, but what needs to change? What are the alternative pathways that we want to create in our own communities where we can embrace then ideas of accessibility, self-determination, participation? I think Charlie said, what do these terms mean? They mean very different things in different communities, in different spaces. And that's why we have to prioritize disability activism, youth and all forms of activism within our local environment, within our local spaces, and then use these spaces for our knowledge exchanges to think about the broader strategies, the broader campaigns, the broader activities, the demands that we want to take to states and to parliaments and to people who are in decision-making positions. But we must remember that it has to start from local mobilization and bringing more voices in.
Thank you, Miro. Thank you. And thank you all for answering the questions. Now, let's be clear and honest. Normally, it's the time for lunch. I see some interest from people still to speak. There was also one question which was not really answered, so maybe we can repeat it again, and I will repeat it. And so what I suggest, and I took also the permission from the higher boss level, is that we can continue a little bit more with the questions and answers in all of people here agree. However, the lunch will be not prolonged. So that means that people will have a bit less time for lunch and less time for break. So, and you are free to decide. The lunch is already probably be served. I mean, I don't know if it's a buffet probably or something. So if you prefer and you want to go out, you are free to do it. If you are happy to continue 5-10 more minutes here together with the speakers and to discuss a little bit more, that's also fine. We want to be honest with that. Just if you go out, don't make so much noise. No, something. Sorry?
Sorry, before people start leaving for lunch, I have an important piece of news. So please stay in the room before you leave for lunch. So it's just to avoid big crowds. The lunch will be served. It's a buffet lunch. It will be served both in the restaurant, which is as you exit, you go to the right straight through. So we would first ask people to go to the restaurant, and then if you see that it's full, it is also being served right here in front of the room. Those of you who were at the party will know the place. So, but first, please go to the restaurant. If it's full, we'll direct you here. It's just to avoid crowds, basically. Yeah, so it's just for those of you who want to leave now.
Just to be clear, we will not stay much more. We'll stay maybe 5-10 more minutes, just to give the floor to hopefully everyone who wants to speak. Try to be not very noisy so we can continue. I know there was at least 2 more people who wanted to speak. Yeah, I see a hand in the back. I see you, I will give you the floor. And the other one is on the left. Ines, the other one is in the front in the left.
Okay, I'll go.
Whoever speaks, please be quite brief and don't take much time, so we have time. And there is also a question from Heta, I remember that, and we will repeat it, or we will answer it. Just give us 1 second. So, yeah, the gentleman on the back, Damon.
Hi, I'm Damon Matthew Wise, capital A Circumflex U Circumflex. I'm National Secretary and CEO unpaid voluntary of the NCPD, National Council of People with Disabilities, members in charitable CLG, and National Coordinator Advocates of NCPD, Autistic Advocacy Council of Ireland. Something that's come up in the last 6 months and we've seen a lot of effect of is the sudden deinstitutionalization of autistic people with intellectual disabilities, mental, emotional, by the invasion of Ukraine, and many of our members and groups are concerned about the sudden trauma of suddenly being left abandoned and not knowing what's going on and have no support or anything at all. So when you think about integration and deinstitutionalization, you need to think about a process which is essentially supportive and not sudden and traumatizing. I think we need to really work together as member groups of autistics and people with disabilities across disability categories, majority run by autistics, to make sure that we work together with other groups and organizations to secure the situation that those that had been locked up in special schools and institutions and not been able to get out in integrated and mainstream can get the supports and the changeover in a safe and supportive system, rather than the sudden loss of everything they've previously had. Because as I said, the experiences and the trauma that we will probably hear a lot more about for those of us going to the Autism Europe Council weekend, not this one, but the weekend after in Krakow. So we're deeply concerned about what's been going on in Ukraine, and those of us that avoided institutionalized care and services and fought to be mainstreamed rather than institutionalized can understand the effects of the abuses and traumas of sudden changes. So it's something we really need to think about.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this thought, sharing the thoughts. Interpreters and everyone needs to go to lunch very soon, and we need to respect also the work of people who support us. So I will give the last intervention to our some colleagues from Greece, if I am not mistaken.
Yes, yes. Hi, everyone. I want to share something with you. I am Efthymia, sister of Alexis and daughter of Athina Efthymio. My mother has difficulty speaking the English language, so I will read it to you, what she has prepared, just as she would tell it to you. My name is Athina Efthymio. Thank you for the opportunity you give me to come and speak before you today. I'm the mother of 28-year-old Alexis, a child with cerebral palsy due to perinatal anoxia due to prematurity. I'm a nurse and I have worked at the private sector as a senior nurse manager and as head nurse at the psychiatric clinic of the University of Athens. My family's day life began to change with the arrival of our second child, Alexis. He was born in Munich, Bavaria, since his father worked there. After 2 months of hospitalization in the incubator and the preterm unit, the child came home with a diagnosis of perfectly healthy. In the first months, his development progressed normally, but from the 10th month onwards, not only did the development stop, but very quickly psychomotor regression occurred, resulting in a diagnosis from a rehabilitation center in Bavaria, spastic quadriplegia, the most severe form of cerebral palsy. From there on, our adventure began. There was a rearrangement of our life and family. His father stayed at his work in Bavaria, and I, with her 2 children, came back to Athens, to an environment familiar to me, to my relatives, friends, and acquaintances, among whom were doctors and therapists. Alexis' motor skills prognosis was unfavorable. According to the medical data of the time, he would not be able to walk in his life and would use a wheelchair. As a mother and a nurse, after realizing the seriousness of the diagnosis, I decided to dedicate myself to my two children to help them, since our daughter Euphemia was also 5 years old at the time. At a very young age, Alexis asked me if we love him and if I will help him walk, and I promised him. In addition to the classic treatments offered by doctors at the time, which considered of physiotherapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, I learned about hydrotherapy and therapeutic swimming, therapeutic horseback riding, and parental counseling. Furthermore, I learned about the healing properties of Botox, which is still applied to the hypertonic parts of the body, and since at the time I was not yet done in Greece, we went to a Greek doctor in Oxford. All of the above had extreme financial costs, as well as the doubt, considering the limits of science, as to whether what I did was positive for the child's health and development. Finally, with the cooperation of doctors, therapists, parents, with persistence and patience, my son Alexis can walk today, with limitations, of course, and a little help where needed, but he walks independently and takes care of himself. He has attended all levels of regular schooling with children of his age, has learned letters, and depending to his abilities, he is also involved in sports. In any case, by this point, I should thank the Greek and the European state, which the legislation available at that moment, although may not have covered all our needs, but gave us a feeling that we were not alone in this difficult road. As the years went by, Alexis turned 25 years old. Having the positive result, experience, and knowledge, as a mother and a nurse, I felt the obligation to do what no one in Greece had done until today. To write a book with sketches and photos, informing and answering many of the questions and concerns of parents who have been and will be in the same chaotic situation I was in 20 years ago. The book is titled, "Mom, will you help me walk? Do you love me?" These are the words that Alexis has said to me at the age of 3.5, a 3.5-year-old struggling to fix what adults broke. So the first reason I wrote this book is to have an experiential, guiding, but also scientifically documented testimony, to become an inspiration that everything is possible when there's will and faith. We also hope that this book will further contribute to raise awareness of people with special needs. In order to accomplish this seemingly impossible task, a lot of money was needed, which could not be covered by the Greek health system. We are a low-income household, and my son is not able to work. I don't know the relevant bibliography in other European countries, but among our goals is for this book titled, "Mom, will you help me walk? Do you love me?" to be translated into the Greek and into the English language, so that it can become the ownership of parents around the world beyond my country, Greece. We are eagerly waiting for the moment when the personal assistant applies to us too, so that I can take my first day off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing this personal story from the perspective of the family. Unfortunately, the time is really going out. Already a lot of people left. So we need to respect the time of the speakers, the energy, also the assistants. Thanks a lot. We owe an answer to Heta about good examples of young people with autism moving to community and to regular houses and not to group homes. I am afraid we cannot answer that now, but I am personally promising that we will follow up online with good examples that we know, and I am sure that Nicola will want also to follow up, and we will stay in touch in case you have any more questions that we didn't manage to address. Don't hesitate to get in touch with us. Sorry for keeping it a bit more. Thank you very much to interpreters. and to captioners. Their support is super valuable to us. And thank you to all of you who stayed until that moment. Thank you. Have a nice lunch and see you at 3:15, if I am not mistaken, a bit before because the commissioner is coming. No? Sorry? At 3 o'clock. Yes, sorry. See you at 3 o'clock. We'll have the commissioner here. So yeah, you don't want to miss it. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch. And of course, thank you to all the speakers. If I forgot to say that, I think I did, but just in case, thank you. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Zara. Thank you, Miro. Thank you, Charlie. And thank you, Nicola.
Jag tycker faktiskt inte att det är överhuvudtaget. Och jag tycker att du, alltså jag menar det som du sa var ändå så här, okej, vi pratar om här, jag vill inte här. Vi kan prata väldigt mycket om vad som är plats för det. Så jag tycker liksom att, jag tycker du anpassar dig. Jag verkligen inte när du tycker om att du liksom pratar där om att, vad ska man säga, jag tycker att du svarar på frågan bra för att det kan vara man ser ofta som yngre och jag ser inte mig själv alltså längre. Jag tycker inte att man ska prata om perspektiv ändå gav ett perspektiv som du inte hade lekt tidigare. Jag tycker de andra frågorna var bra också, men jag tycker liksom att det var definitivt så här i samma nivå med liksom, ja det tycker jag. Jag tror inte att någon annan tänkte på det. Nej. Nej men verkligen inte. Jag tar med dig på den. Jag lyfter ut på. So it's a youth camp for age 18 to 35. And it's going to be both in person. Yes, a panel.
we're going to start the last session of today on personal assistance. But before we do that, we have Commissioner Helena Dalli with us today, who meted us yesterday in the pouring rain, who would like to address you first. So I'll give the floor to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, dear friends. Yesterday, you took to the streets of Brussels, sending a very strong message about the right to live independently and participate fully in society. And you shared with me your Freedom March demands, namely to improve personal assistance and institutionalization, invest EU funds in community-based support services, and reduce the disability employment gap. I told you yesterday, and I repeat it here today, I am committed to bringing change. Today you are marking the 10th Freedom March, and you are also remembering Kapka Panayotova, ENIL's former president and a dedicated disability rights activist. Every movement is made up of countless individuals who have the tireless determination and commitment to defend their rights, but some do stand out more than others. Kapka's work was precious, and each one of you here today are carrying her message and your message of emancipation and equality. And with my participation, I support the important objectives of the Freedom Drive. I quote disability rights activist Judith Heumann, who will be speaking in the next session. When whole groups of people become segregated from others in our society, it weakens the fabric of our democracy. Distance and segregation are breeding grounds for failures of understanding and empathy, and ultimately injustice and the denial of others' rights. Yes, persons with disabilities have the right to live independently and be included in the community. And to reach that goal, developing family and community-based services, accessible environments, and other conditions for independent living are essential. It is a commitment that the EU shares with member states. Yet, this process requires investment. EU funds can have a pivotal role in achieving our common objectives for the deinstitutionalization and independent living of all persons with disabilities, whether they are children deprived of parental care or elderly persons. The funds must be used in a way that promotes the transition from institutional to family and community-based care. And this must be done in respect of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights and in compliance with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. To ensure respect of these instruments, the preconditions for funding require the existence of effective mechanisms to monitor progress, including measurable goals and data collection. These should help ensure that accessibility policy, legislation, and standards are properly reflected in the preparation and implementation of member states' programs. Furthermore, member states are encouraged to ensure that developing family and community-based services, as well as investments in human capacity, are the first priority supported by the European Social Fund Plus. Infrastructure developments with support from the European Regional Development Fund must include investments in accessible and disability-inclusive social housing. I stress that the legislative framework of the funds provides that they should not support actions that contribute to any form of segregation or exclusion. The framework also requires that when financing infrastructure, accessibility for persons with disabilities should be ensured. As highlighted in the evaluation of our previous European Disability Strategy, European structural and investment funds interventions enabled member states to use EU funds to progress in their transition from institutional to community-based living in the previous programming period. But we are aware we have not yet reached our goal enshrined in Article 19 of the UN Convention, namely that of providing all persons with disabilities the possibility to choose freely where, with whom, and how they want to live. We are still in a transition process that needs to be supported and pursued. Too many continue to live in residential institutions across Europe. This results in their severely limited participation in society. And we saw how the COVID pandemic took its toll on persons with disabilities, particularly those in institutional settings. Therefore, the EU strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities reinforces attention on the process of deinstitutionalization, proposing measures to improve the conditions for autonomous and decent living. This reinforced focus is confirmed by two flagship initiatives. By 2023, the Commission will issue guidance recommending to Member States improvements on independent living and inclusion in the community to enable persons with disabilities to live in accessible, supported housing in the community or at home. This guidance will aim at supporting the necessary transition process. Subsequently, by 2024, the Commission will present a specific framework for social services of excellence for persons with disabilities to improve service delivery and enhance the attractiveness of jobs in this area, including through upskilling and reskilling of service providers. The European Care Strategy, presented on the 7th of September, sets an ambitious agenda. It has people at its heart, both the people needing support or care and those providing it. The strategy recognizes that inadequate support for families and for personal assistance undermine the right to independent living for many persons with disabilities. It announces EU-level actions to improve the availability, affordability, accessibility, and quality of care support services. The care strategy includes a proposal for a Council recommendation on long-term care, which calls on Member States to improve access to affordable, high-quality, long-term care and provides guidance in that respect. The proposed recommendation sets out several quality principles that Member States are invited to respect in their long-term care policies. Independent living is embedded in these principles. The employment package was launched at last week's Czech presidency conference in Prague. Its series of actions, which will be rolled out over the coming year, will contribute to reducing the employment gap of persons with disabilities. And the Together for Rights campaign was launched today. The campaign is a key action supporting the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, and it will raise awareness, help combat stereotypes, and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. It has been designed in consultation with and for persons with disabilities. And it echoes the message that ENIL and its members have been voicing for a long time. Nothing about us without us. I invite you all to join us in raising awareness and promoting the rights of persons with disabilities through the campaign. And I will continue to work with you to achieve a Europe where persons with disabilities can live independently and participate fully in society. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the information about all these different initiatives. It will be very exciting to follow them. I'll look. I haven't had a chance to look at the campaign yet, just briefly the employment package, and I have questions. Just one question, Stephen and Stephen Moore. Okay, we do have one question which Stephen Allen for validity would like to ask.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Welcome to this important event here today. I think we all welcome your personal, but also your political leadership in making real progress on the implementation of Article 19 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And we look forward to the further actions that you have outlined now unfolding. The question goes as follows. On the 9th of September this year, the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities published its global guidelines on deinstitutionalization, including in emergencies. This important document asked state parties worldwide to end the institutionalization of disabled people within short timelines, ensure access to disability support services, such as personal assistance, peer support, and support for all children to grow up with their families. Commissioner, what steps will the European Commission now take, in addition to the ones you have just announced, and the European Strategy on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, to ensure full implementation of the guidelines on deinstitutionalization in their entirety? Will you consider today informing us that the legal services opinion which enables ongoing finance of institutional settings will be withdrawn today? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We are carefully studying the UN Committee's newly published guidelines on the institutionalization. But what I want to say is that all that we do is in that direction. And as I mentioned in my speech, the Commission will produce guidelines for member states on how to implement obligations under the UNCR PD, which uphold the right of persons with disabilities, children deprived of parental care, and other persons to live independently and be included in the community. So I think, but when we are doing all this, we have to look holistically at what we are doing. For instance, the employment package, which I launched last week, is in this direction also, to help persons with disabilities lead independent life, because financial independence is very important as well. So we are working with and encouraging employers especially to change, because sometimes there's the legislation and then there's the culture and the attitudes which we need to change. Many member states, for instance, have legislation which says that there should be a number of persons with disabilities employed in the particular workforce. But we know from experience that there are employers who are ready to pay the fine, which comes out of the law, and not employ persons with disabilities. So these are the realities which we are facing every day. So there's the guidelines, there's the legislation, there are all the good things that need to be done, and some of them are obligations, some of them are legal obligations, but somehow if we do not work on the culture and on the attitudes, progress will be very slow. So these are we are offering guidelines in the package which we presented last week to help employers to understand that this is an obligation, and also that as societies, we are throwing away talent, because everybody has a talent, no matter what the disability. And so there isn't only the moral argument of fairness, of inclusion, of embracing diversity, which is a strength, but there's also the economic argument that we are wasting a lot of talent in our societies. And we invest in education and in training, but then we do not get the return for that investment, because some employers are adamant that they will not employ persons with disabilities. So this is just, but to me, employment is very important for the independence of everyone, of every citizens, and not least for persons with disabilities. So in everything that we do, even when it comes to frameworks for funding, for instance, we are always saying that we will not fund institutions, but we will fund you to help you assist persons with disabilities to get out of these institutions. And also, if you look at the care package, which we presented at the beginning of September, that is also helpful in working towards this deinstitutionalization of persons with disabilities, of the elderly also, because we are looking at the care sector in terms of the conditions of work. Why aren't people attracted to this sector? And mainly it is because the conditions of work are not so good. And we all need care. We might need childcare, we might need elderly care for our parents, with persons with disabilities need care. So how is it that this is something that we all need, but the subject isn't so interesting to many people? I will only say that when we presented the care package, there were 3 commissioners, and when we did our presentation, not one journalist had a question for us. So that shows to me, I'm a sociologist and I observe these things. And I thought, you know, if we spoke about energy, we would have had 100 questions right now. And rightly so, because energy is very important. But so is care. So is care for every person. Some people have children, some people have elderly parents, some people have a disability. So we all, each and every one of us, need the care sector. But we need to change this culture of looking at care work as the Cinderella of jobs. This is how I see it. Like, if you can't find a job, you go into care work, or if you don't have any qualifications, you go into care work, and they will teach you on the job, because there is so much need for care workers. But carers are necessary if we are to work on deinstitutionalization. You can't take people out of an institution and not give them the adequate care which they need in the community. So this is why I'm saying that even things which we are presenting at first glance may not seem that they are related to the issue of disability, but they are. You know, so globally we are looking. I understand your question, and I'm not avoiding it, but as you know, then there is member state competence. So there is so much that we can do in terms of deinstitutionalization. We are very vigilant on member states, and we also have the reports on member states, and obviously if there is institutionalization, we mentioned that in the report, and of course member states don't like that. We are, as I said, our policies, all our policies and legislation is aimed towards deinstitutionalization. All our frameworks for funding are done on the precondition of deinstitutionalization. So we leave no stone unturned, but then the buck stops with the member state where we do not have competence. But rest assured that that is our policy, and whatever we are doing in the social sector is aimed in that direction of deinstitutionalization, not only of persons with disabilities, but also of the elderly. And we are always talking about the importance of people being in their community and to do all that we can and give all the assistance we can so that as many people as possible can live independently in a dignified way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read this care package. I'm hoping it has a difference between care and support, because I only need care when I'm sick, but support every single day. But I hope it's there. And that's one thing just to, so that we will have real independence. But as you say, the culture and attitudes, that's what Gerald Quinn tells me every time I say, the CRPD, nothing's really happening. Jamie, it's a paradigm shift. It will come. So we have to believe that. So thank you for the initiatives, and we'll be in touch and we work together. Thank you. Yeah, I know that. So please, yeah, have a happy, sorry, and something, Ina says something to thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate, and thanks for the rain visit and for the drivers. Okay, thank you. Now, we're going to start within the rest of the session this afternoon, which is on personal assistance. And do we need a PA directive? Otto Frasca is to be online. I don't know if he is. We'll have to wait until Ines comes back. Is there something happening there?
He's
there?
there.
Hello, Otto. The floor is yours. Welcome to Brussels, where there's quite a few people in the room here today, waiting anxiously to hear you speak.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. Good afternoon, you, Judy and John, sitting in the comfort of your home like myself in front of your screen. I'd like to talk about the topic of a European-wide campaign for personal assistance. For many of us, personal assistance is key to independent living, key to self-determination. When we have personal assistance, our parents, spouses, or children need not to be our lifelong unpaid carers. Personal assistance enables us to leave and stay away from residential institutions. With personal assistance, we are included in the community. Personal assistance enables us to have ordinary lives with education, work, and interests like everybody else. It is the lack of sufficient quantity and quality of personal assistance that forces us into dependence on our families, forces us into residential institutions. In 2020, a report on institutionalization across the 27 EU member states estimated that there are 1.4 million European citizens confined to institutions. 1.4 million. These numbers have not substantially changed in the previous 10 years. So there hasn't been any progress despite all this we talk. In all likelihood, 1.4 million persons is an understatement because country statistics often are not based on the same definitions. So it's difficult to count them. In many countries, for example, group homes with 4 to 6 residents are not considered residential institutions, despite the fact that the general comment number 5 on Article 19 of the CRPD makes it quite clear that as soon as you share the staff you are living in institutions, but it's called one thing or another. Also, in almost all of Europe, older persons have to move to institutions if they have no support services or family to help them with the activities of daily living. But old age homes, or whatever they might be called, are often not counted as institutions. And given the rising population age, the number of persons with disabilities in the residential institutions is increasing. As pointed out in the report by the Council of Europe, despite Article 19 of the CRPG, despite General Comment number 5, both of which declare residential institutions as human rights violations. Most people move into institutions because they are forced to, because they got no choice. Older persons take that step when their families cannot assist them, when there are no support services in the community, or the services that do exist are not good enough or reliable enough to support persons with extensive disabilities. These causes are not widely understood by the general public and by policymakers. Instead, we get to hear that older persons with disabilities prefer the company of their peers in institutions. There is no scientific evidence to support that. To find out whether this claim is true, one would have to compare the quality of life of older persons with disabilities in residential institutions with a control group of people with disabilities of the same age who live in their ordinary housing with the help of sufficient personal assistance and housing adaptations. But can we find enough people for such a study? How many persons do you know who are 65 and older, who live in the community and have paid personal assistance to help them with the activities of daily living? How many do you know? In Sweden, I know a handful, and I'm one of them. Why are we so few? In many countries, personal assistance, if it exists at all, is limited to certain age groups. In Sweden and several other countries, by law, you cannot get personal assistance after the age of 65, unless you have acquired your disability before that age. That makes most older people ineligible who would need personal assistance for avoiding institutionalization. So between 1 and 2 million people in Europe, if not more, must spend at least part of their lives in residential institutions. What a tragedy for the individual and the family. What a huge loss to society. And what a gigantic task ahead of us in our respective countries, in Europe and beyond. We work for this goal also for ourselves. As Martin Luther King once said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Any country that does not work for personal assistance and deinstitutionalizations poses a threat to you and me. From this perspective, it makes a lot of sense to work for personal assistance in every country, to introduce the concept of direct payments that enable persons with extensive disabilities to supervise their assistants and take back the control over their lives. Some of us might have the personal assistance we need already today, but will we have it tomorrow? Can we take our personal assistance for granted, knowing that we are the privileged few, the exceptions to the rule? Can we count on personal assistance for helping us achieve our long-term life goals, education and work, an equal relationship with somebody we love? Can we look forward to old age, knowing we will live in self-determination and dignity with personal assistance? If we live in a country with a halfway decent personal assistance policy, but our neighboring countries still rely on unpaid family members as carers, we cannot feel safe. Anytime our government might get the idea that they can get away with saving money by terminating personal assistance programs. Only when personal assistance has become the new normality all over, only when everybody who needs such services is legally entitled to direct payments for personal assistance, only then we can feel safe. So we need a European campaign for personal assistance. And our slogans must be: personal assistance keeps disabled people out of institutions. Personal assistance helps us age in the community in safety and dignity. And personal assistance enables us to contribute to family and society. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Otto, for your strong speech. I'm thinking we wait. You're going to be with us longer, so we can wait for questions.
Yeah.
You'll stay online. Okay, good. Thanks. Then I hope, is Judy there? People that see this thing, because Judy was supposed to come on.
I'm here, guys.
Yeah, she's there. She's there. I don't see the board, so I don't know who's there, but welcome, Judy. I know there's going to be a few people there because I heard that you were going to join us and
I'm here.
wanted to come in.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. But does that mean you're only with us a certain time, or how long can you stay with us?
Another 40 minutes.
Another 40 minutes. So we're going to give the floor to you right away. Would you like to respond to Adolf's speech or talk yourself? And in our pre-talks, you talked about opening up the system for personal assistance. Can you make some comments on these areas?
Sure. First of all, it's an honor to follow Adolf, and I'm so sorry that I'm not with all of you there. I think Zoom is wonderful, but it doesn't give us the ability to have side discussions and do more than really present. So honored to be here and sorry not with you. Obviously, the comments that Adolf has made, I 100% agree with. And so what I'd like to do is really add some additional thoughts. I feel that we have not yet normalized personal assistance services, and that one of the biggest issues that we're dealing with is people's continuous fear of acquiring disability. And until we're able to normalize personal assistance service in a way that allows people to see, whether they need it now or not, the value of it for themselves in the future, or for people in their families right now, it will continue to be an uphill struggle. The data is very important. It speaks clearly for itself. But for example, older people not being considered to have a disability is ridiculous. We need to be looking at people of all ages who need personal assistance services as something which should not be restricted by age, whether they're younger or they're older. And people do not understand the concept of personal assistance as Adolf and you all have been working on for decades at this point. And by that, I mean, they're still looking at us as people who are sick. They're still looking at us in a way which does not envision that personal assistance really enables us to go to school, to be in a family, to contribute to the community, to work, to be considered like anybody else in the community. And I think that's really an issue that we have to be focusing on. When we're looking at a campaign in my mind means we need to be normalizing who we are. And we also need to allow people to have a better understanding that people who use personal assistance are not necessarily people like ourselves with significant disabilities. But in some cases, people need relatively little personal assistance services to be able to remain in their homes. And so people need to understand that there is a continuum, but that continuum must enable people to start thinking about personal assistance services as a right. Too frequently, I believe that people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s do not want to be thinking about their needing assistance as they're getting older. They may now have to be playing a different role for family members who may need personal assistance. So they may be getting it from that perspective. But I think it is infrequent that people are seeing themselves as needing to be investing in a campaign for personal assistance. I think if we look at other programs in Europe, for example, daycare, maternity, paternity leave, those changes came about because of normalizing this issue, because of government being afraid populations were going down, they needed to be able to have more children being born. This became something which was normalized. And I think this is a very important discussion to be looking at how media is appropriately, inappropriately, or not at all raising the issue of what is personal assistance, what is its value in the community. The commissioner raised the issue of COVID. And in Europe, like in the United States, a disproportionate number of people who died had disabilities, but they were not considered people who had disabilities. They were looked at as people who had hypertension or people who had diabetes, various other issues that ultimately for us, we know people had disabilities. So in looking at the issue of personal assistance, it really, as I keep saying, necessitates us being able to allow people to understand the breadth of what we're talking about and the intrinsic value to society overall. People going into institutions, we understand the terror of institutions. We understand the degradation of institutions, but institutions also have become normalized, out of sight, out of mind. And I think this is another issue that we're not only looking at deinstitutionalization, but equally important, we are looking at preventing institutionalization, understanding why people are winding up in institutions because they're not getting the support they need. And I think, you understand also that we're not just necessarily talking about personal assistance. But if someone is in a home, their home, not an institution, but their home, their residence, and they need modifications to their home to be able to stay in their home, we need also to be linking personal assistance and other forms of accommodations in our discussions, so people also get a better understanding of why people are at risk of going in institutions or are at risk of becoming isolated within their own homes. But as I started out by saying, the issue of normalizing disability, normalizing personal assistance, I think is one of the most critical issues we need to address. It is very important that all governmental bodies are involved in understanding why this is an important issue, developing programs, ensuring financial support. Without a doubt, this is some of the most critical parts. But we need a base of people beyond those of us who identify as having disabilities, who are able to come forward and begin to become engaged in discussions with us. And as I also said, the issue of people over 65 not being eligible, except in few situations, for personal assistance services in a more independent style, which is what we believe in, is also a major issue, and also speaks to the fact that when you're over 65, you don't have a disability, whatever is happening is normal, and you need to accept the situation that government has established for you, mainly being able to have your life further restricted. People in this room are good orators. You're organizers. And I think we need to be looking at organizing. Many of you may have heard of a group in the States called ADAPT. And ADAPT really has done a very important job here with Centers for Independent Living on looking at where is the financing going to for people to live in institutions, and how that money should be shifted to putting the money into the community. Each one of your countries is somewhat different, but I think this is the level of detail that we need to be getting engaged in. Meeting with media outlets, talking with them about what this issue is, and allowing them to have a better understanding of the value that personal assistance services have played in our lives, and how the restriction of not being able to get appropriate funding and policies in place that prevent institutionalization, that enable deinstitutionalization, but equally importantly, keep us from being isolated and enabling us to contribute what we're able to contribute, which we all know is significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for that as well. How much time do you have left? We have John too on the screen, I think. I'm not sure if I can see him. I don't see any of you, but I'm wondering if he's there. Nobody sees John. So no, he's not there yet.
Yeah, he's there.
Sorry?
Yeah, he's turning on now.
John
I am
is
here.
there. Hello, John.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
It's good to see and hear you, our old friends, both Adolf, Judy, and John. Unfortunately, so far away, but you're all in our hearts, and we know we're in yours. And so far, we've talked about discrimination, risks, the normalization, the different things we need to address. But I think I'll let you, John, comment yourself before we go into. We have then two more panelists actually here in the room, and we'll try to get to a discussion. Okay, so John, the floor is yours.
Okay, do you want me to address the questions I was asked to address, or do you want me to respond to what has been said by both Adolf and Judy?
Maybe respond a little bit what they've said, but then answer your questions. That would be good.
Yeah, well, I mean, how can I not agree with both Judy and Adolf? I mean, both of them have spoken great sense because both of them have a long experience, both Judy in the States and Adolf as one of the original pioneers of independent living in Europe. So yeah, I fully say, but I want to pick up on one point to show, just to explain why independent living and why personal assistance is so important. In COVID, we all went through COVID, and it wasn't a nice experience for any of us. But what COVID showed, particularly in this country, and I'm sure in other countries, as Judy pointed out, sadly and disproportionately, many disabled people died more than the rest of the population. But if you look at people who had their own personal assistants, I do not know anybody who died. And the reason for that is quite simple, because they had their own personal assistants. They were able to control their own environment, who came in, who went out, and also our personal assistants are aware of the risks that are involved, and I think that's significant in itself. It showed that the people living independently were able to survive all that, and that is vital. In terms of the campaign, I fully agree that with both Judy and Adolf, there must be a campaign in Europe, and ENIL can take a prominent coordinating role in that. I mean, it's been going now for almost 30 years, and it's getting stronger and stronger year by year. And so you must be able, you have the expertise, you have the strategies, you have the information, and you have the leadership to help guide people throughout Europe, all the different member states, in going about this. We cannot, and I think we have to remember that what we have gained has been through our network. It's not a mistake that the fact that ENIL has a network as part of its name, the European Network of Independent Living. Because when we first started, the network of all the individuals from different countries was vital in how we went forward. And I think that still exists today. We have networks throughout Europe, and we have networks in all of our countries. But there are threats now to independent living. What we're finding in the UK is that there are big challenges in front of us, and all the successes that we've gained over 40 years of having independent living schemes, and now it's somehow being threatened. And they're being threatened because of the financial situation that we are living in right now. And Judy's probably not experienced this in America, but Europe is going through a difficult time with the rise of the cost of living, of absolutely everything, and the energy crisis. And that's going to impound on the lives of disabled people. And when we campaign, we stand in a good position, in a sense, to fight for some of these, some answers to improving the conditions for personal assistance and for people, who need that, because without that, we could not survive. But another problem we will have, I think, now because of COVID, and before that, we haven't had a European-wide or even a national campaigns or demonstrations in the last 10 years or so. So we have to overcome that burden of, we're out of step with, what we've done in the past, and we need to regain that strength. And I think that it's quite simple. Some of the strengths of independent living are, without doubt, peer support. We have to remember that's the cornerstone, one of the foundations of independent living. By working together, we can support each other and we can make changes. And at the same time, our history shows that there are people who are in authority who have backed us, and we need to get hold of those champions again, people in positions of power people in positions in authorities, in the government, in social care and health authorities. Those are the people. I know I personally wouldn't have started my scheme if I hadn't had a social services officer who saw the vision that we were describing to him about the importance of people moving out of institutions and living in the community. Those people are still around, and those are our allies. And I think another slogan we've always had is our strength is in our unity, and we have to really build upon that, and we have to keep working with it, because without each other we will get nowhere. And that's more important than ever. I think the Freedom Drive demonstrates that. The fact that so many hundreds of people throughout Europe can all come together for the Freedom Drive, which is exactly why it started. It was a network, and we wanted to maintain personal assistance, keep personal assistance on the agenda, and that was in 2003 when we started. And every other year, ENIL has come back and has demanded to the European Commission that they continue doing this. And we've also continued to shout out about deinstitutionalization. We will not rest until we free our people, free people from institutions. And that is, again, one of the ultimate aims of ENIL, and it will continue. And despite what I think the commissioner said, she spoke some interesting words in that she was behind the institutionalization. But she said, people need carers, which is true. And I think this is another issue at the moment that we're encountering in the UK, is that the availability now of PAs is not as readily available as it has been in the past. And there's been a recent study done following Brexit, asking personal assistance users how they are faring with employing personal assistants and retaining them. And over 80% of disabled people who are personal assistance employers have said that it is far more difficult now than what it was before. And we need people. We need to educate people of the importance of personal assistance. And another problem is that many countries, I'm sure, like the UK, at the moment have shortages of staff. We have shortages of staff in the NHS and in social care and many other industries. And this is another issue. And we, unfortunately and sadly, through Brexit, the UK leaving the European Union has made it even worse for people in the UK, because we don't have access to the European employment market anymore, as we did have. And that has probably made about a 50% difference, because many people were employing people throughout Europe, which is good, because it's the interaction of people. So we have those challenges, but we must remember, those strengths, strength is in unity and peer support, supporting each other. And ENIL can make that kind of a role in galvanizing our organizations, both national and local, in coming together again to try and fight one more time. We've got to make a push now, a push for not just PAs, but we want legislation. Many countries don't even have any personal assistance legislation. We have direct payments legislation in this country, which helps, but the majority of European countries still do not have any laws on PAs or independent living, and that's another thing that we need to strive for. I think that's probably as much as I want to say. I want to give a chance to other people to talk, ask questions, and take this discussion further.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, back to Judy, who has to leave us, right? Do you want to say something more?
No, I was just shaking my hands up to say thank you.
Okay.
I mean, I guess John and Adolf have raised some very important points about what's specific in Europe. I also want to say that working with the National Council on Independent Living here in the States and the Japanese to look at the models they have, I think is very important. And I think, you know, we sometimes are too passive. And I do think we need to be much more visible. And there are organizations representing older people who I think in any of our countries, we can get more engaged, although I know this can be an issue. I can stay on for about 10 more minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. I think I'll go then to Martin Eliasson from ULOBA, who wanted to talk. Yeah, I'll give you the floor as well to comment on what's been said and what you talked about needs.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a disabled woman from Norway. I have red hair and I'm wearing glasses, and I'm wearing today a pink dress with flowers and a black cardigan and some white sneakers. I work in ULOBA as a political advisor. We were the organization that put personal assistance into practice in Norway. And for many of you, you might believe that the situation for personal assistance in Norway is perfect, but it's not. In Norway, we have children who grows up in institution and are denied their rights for education and to be a part of the society. We have students that don't get personal assistance to study in Norway and abroad. We have people that is forced to live at home with their parents and get support from their siblings or their friends. We have disabled women that get fewer hours of personal assistance than disabled men. And we have disabled people that want to be parents and ask to have personal assistance to support them to parenting their children that is going to be helped by the social services. And why is it that so many of us are not able to be here? It's because of many of us are forced to live in institutions and don't have the opportunity to live independently in the society. We are still seen as people with special needs. We are still seen as people that have only medical needs and needs to be taken care of. And these are excluding us from the society, which means that children doesn't grow up having a classmate that is disabled. We don't see a disabled person in media or in our working place. And this is become normal in our society. And we need to change that. And in order to change that, we need to improve access to personal assistance, because personal assistance is the key to live independently in the society and have the freedom to have all the rights of being part of the society. And I think it's a good time to have a campaign now about personal assistance, because the general public know now how it is to be living in lockdown. They know how it is to not be able to go to school, go to work, visiting their friends and family. So I think many people can now relate to the situation that disabled people live in our society. So I think it's a good time to have a campaign. And when you think about it, also personal assistance is a key to stop what I call the modern apartheid, because disabled people are excluded from the society. We are not able to take the public transport. We are put into special schools. So we live in the model apartheid in the society. And to be able to stop that, we need to have a campaign about personal assistance, that it doesn't get seen as that we need to be taken care of, but it's a service to give us our basic human rights and freedom. And as you see, we have personal assistants are necessary to make the future accessible, and it's necessary that we can be visible in the society and be proud and strong and a natural part of the human diversity.
Thank you very much. Also very strong points. Thank you. I'm trying to put things together, but I mean, you're talking about the apartheid model, which I appreciate very much that you brought that on. So I added it to the issue of discrimination of age and this model of segregation and exclusion, among so many other things. But then I'm going to give the floor to our last speaker of the panel, which is Mathilde Fuchs from the CIL in France. Please, Mathilde.
Jamie, this is Judy. I'm gonna have to drop off. Thank you all very much. And I really want to underscore a very important point I think that Martine made. And that is that we right now, as a result of COVID, have many people who understand what it was like not to be able to freely move about. I think we need to capture that and to allow people to understand that disabled people have not been willingly being restricted in their homes. It's the link of personal assistance that enables us to come out and about like other non-disabled people have been able to do. Thank you all very much, and sorry I have to go.
Thank you, Judy. As usual, it's great to see you again, even if online. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, John. Bye, Otto.
Okay, sorry, there, Mathilde, please.
Can you hear me? Yes, no? Yes. Okay, I am from France. I am 39 and I am a personal assistance user. I have full-time personal assistance. And so it's difficult to speak after Judy, Adolf, and John and Martin, but I will try to share you some ideas. In France, because of the culture and because of the religious, some families think that they have to take care of their disabled parents. So it's like it's a shame to ask for personal assistance. We have to change that. It's not a shame at all. It's liberty, it's human rights. In fact, for example, and it's horrible, but I have to say, some parents kills his dependent child, and it's forgiven for the name of love. We have some recent infanticide in France, and all the time the mediatic covers is so understandable for the murderer, and also the tribunals also found sentences to not give to the murderer any punitions. So I want to say that it's enough. We do not more want infanticide because of the lack of personal assistance. Of course, in Europe, the institutionalization is so present that the personal assistant is not known, especially for mental or invisible disabilities. There should be, a change of legislation and an harmonization of the right to personal assistance. I know that a lot of European countries don't have a legislation of personal assistance at all. But in fact, even if we have a law in France, this is not enough. We have to put more to have the right to live our lives and not only to survive. Because most of the time, the personal assistance given, the amounts of hours is not enough to cover all the need. The administration, which allows us to have hours of personal assistance, complexify the rules, which quantifies every part of the dependency. We have to fight to have enough hours, because if we don't fight, for example, in France, they have created a table in which all the part of the journey of the day is given. And for example, for breakfast, it's only 5 minutes. Who can eat breakfast in only 5 minutes? I don't know. And who can pay an assistant for only 5 minutes and then bye-bye, I don't need you. It's not crazy. It's totally crazy. I don't know if it's the same in other countries, but we have to fight to have the maximum hour, because if you don't have enough hour, it's like institution at home. We often, in my organizations, speak about institutionalization at home, because sometimes when you can't choose who is your personal assistant, when you can't choose at which time you have to go to bed, at which time you have to eat, it's like an institution. And another big issue is the funding. In France, we have not enough funding to cover all the legislation. I am the employer of my personal assistants. I have to pay the wages, but there are also their transportation and all part of the legislation I have to pay, but the funding is not enough to pay all the parts. So we have to fight to have enough money to cover all the parts and to be attractive, because I don't know how it is in your country, but in France, it's much and much harder to recruit personal assistants. It's difficult to have candidates because we don't pay well, and so it's difficult work, and so it's difficult because we don't have enough money and etc. So I think it's a good idea to make a wide campaign on personal assistance. We should share more and more communication about what is personal assistance, the definition, and I think ENIL already has the documentation Mythbusters. I don't know if you know this document, but it's very important, and we probably could share more because it's translated into a lot of different languages. That's all I have to say.
Thank you much.
No.
Breakfast 5 minutes. Yeah, it sounds, this is something we have in Sweden too. The toilet is also limited to so many minutes, but how long does it take to go to the toilet for anybody with or without a disability? The issue of shame. I mean, there's so many things that you're all saying. One personal assistance is only at home, but not to live our life. So in the campaign, there would be a lot of things to put in order to make sure we would get out of this campaign the access to a good personal assistance. With that, I'm going to open the floor and see if there's any questions. Do you guys need your paper down there, or could I have it? Thank you. I need more notes. Okay, sorry. Is there anybody on the floor that would like to ask a question or to make a comment or an ad?
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad I'm here with you today. I'm Adonia Trikalioti from Independent Living Greece. As you may know, Greece is at the same point that the USA were 50 years ago concerning disabled people's rights, and especially concerning personal assistance. We have now a law, the first law in Greece for personal assistance, but I was wondering, since many things with the law have gone wrong, how we disabled persons and we that we represent our organizations can impose our role to the governments, our role during the political decision making, because I think that you all made it through protesting, and protests is something that the people don't do anymore during these years, and especially in countries like Greece, that the potential users of personal assistance have no clue about what personal assistance is and how they will be benefited and how this will change their lives. So we can't find persons to protest for this, and we don't have the role that we should be given during the decision making on a political level. Do you have any idea or any tip for that? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Is there another question before I ask the panelists to answer?
There is one.
One over there on the right.
I sit on a number of committees in different countries. One thing which has been observed is that independent living, community services and voluntary groups are being used to employ people at below what Department of Health or a mutuality or health services would pay for wages, administration, taxes, etc. And it's causing a lot of problems in home care packages, home helps, social work, support workers, transport for people with disabilities, etc., in several different countries. So it is a common issue that the voluntary sector are basically being fleeced and shortchanged, and it's causing an awful lot of problem for lack of staff in several different countries and regions.
Lack of staff, which has been brought up several times. Any other questions from the floor? I see Jose has his hand up, and then Nadja.
Yeah, I think we missed an occasion in the COVID epidemic to really put the attention on an alternative of personal assistance. What did the society and the politicians learn about the epidemic? They concluded that residential institutions, especially for the elderly, should be better staffed with more qualified personnel, that the subsidies should go up, etc. And there was no real protest voice in general population. Everybody applauded for this great effort of the federal and the Flemish government to finally give the respect to the personnel of the institutions that they earned. That was the conclusion. So now again, I think we missed an occasion. Then now again we have this great document of for the institutionalization of the UN committee. Okay, we must spread the message, but I don't think we will be very popular shouting loud, we have to close institutions, we have to force them out of our landscape. I think it's more convincing to learn the people that there are alternatives. What we see in the propositions of the EU Commission is, yeah, okay, we must look for better qualified personnel so that the offer is more diverse and etc. We will, from the Commission, we will support initiatives to have more qualified personnel, etc. I think this is not the answer. This is not what how we will end up with the institutionalization. We must see that we must convince people that there are alternatives. People, many parents of disabled children don't see no other way if they cannot longer give assistance to their children. They really plead for institutions to receive their children to have the adequate care. And they don't, we can't change this opinion if we are not proposing real alternatives. So I think this this paper on deinstitutionalization should really focus, and when we do a campaign on it, we should really focus on positive alternatives and not only shouting loud, we must get the institutions burned, or we gonna fight the institutions. No, we must give a positive alternative. Yeah, sorry. That's it.
Thank you very much. So a campaign with personal assistance as a positive alternative. We have Nadia in the background there, but you also brought up their idea of better staff. Well, we know that we don't, it's Nadia. Sorry, in the way in the back to the right, that they want to have better staff where we know that we can train people ourselves, and it doesn't have to be these education that many times they're asking for in trainings. But anyway, Nadia, and then one more.
Okay, thank you. So I saw the 3 world leaders on independent living, so my day is made. So thank you for being with us. But my question was, again, a lot of countries still doesn't have centers of independent living. So nobody is really working on getting the people out of institution. We still fail after 50 years to realize independent living for all of us. So my question was, how can we, Josh just said also, we need to find an alternative for institution, but we need to start a dialogue with them because we are always in conflict. We are in conflict with the policymakers, we are in conflict with service providers, but we are even in conflict between us because we don't manage to realize really independent living for all of us. So my question is, how can we deal with the service providers? Despite that we all know that legislation needs to change and the funding must be reversed and the way they are working must be reversed, but how can the independent living movement come on with the proposition to go in dialogue with them, to transform their services, to build down their services, but anything that should lead us to realize really independent living for all of us. And thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to ask if there's any answers to these before I go to the next question. Adolf, John, would you like to answer to these questions? The issue of conflict with service providers was the last one. Or here on the floor. Otherwise, we'll take the next question there.
Heda Pukki from Finland and from UCAP, the umbrella organization for autistic people's associations. I would like to ask the panelists, do you have any thoughts on what elements should be included in this campaign so as to compel action among EU institutions and member states instead of this remaining just an awareness raising exercise?
So what needs to be included to get more people at the EU on board? And apparently, Adolf, you were muted.
Yeah, not that I have the perfect answer to this, but in answering some other questions as well, at the same time, I think what we have not done sufficiently in those last 30-some years is to portray ourselves in the public not as special people who need special loving care, so we end up in special residences. No, we need to implant and hammer in the concept that we are profoundly ordinary people, and as such, as ordinary people and ordinary citizens of our respective countries, we have our obligations towards the family and towards society. But there's only a slight problem, and that since we don't have the same rights as everybody else when it comes to freedom of movement, to be housed anywhere because of lack of accessible housing, And in many of the case of not having assistance to help us perform these duties, to help us get our education and help us at work and help us with the physical aspects of raising a family. So since we don't have these rights, we cannot fulfill our obligations. I mean, this is very important that we see it from that side, that we don't complain and play the role of the victim and appeal and beg, that kind of stuff. It doesn't also make sense to accuse and threaten, etc. No, we could calmly say that we have our obligations and we'd like to fulfill these obligations as full members of society. And we need some things in order to be able to do that. That could be one approach, and we should illustrate this by conducting a survey among ourselves, our target groups, persons with disabilities, all ages, all over Europe, and find out what are the things that prevent us from taking on these obligations. What would be necessary for you and me to get back to school or get a job? What are the things that you will need to do this to fulfill your obligation? That would make a lot of sense to compile all these means that we are missing now, including, of course, personal assistance that would enable us to meet our obligations. That could be used. The other thing that we also could use is that, as far as I know, there aren't that many court cases on personal assistance, or rather the lack of it. So we should really try to get a few strategic cases that we could follow through up to the highest possible courts to get that. And as part of this campaign, we should also try to take on institutions that use European Union money and the respective European Union member state that allow this and sometimes contribute with our taxpayers' money, plus the EU structural fund money, to maintain or even construct new institutions. Those can be taken to court, as Gerard Gwynne has pointed out almost a decade ago. It would take time, of course, because the EU has also its lawyers. They are on the defensive, but they can be taken to court. And that would make a change. At least it could make a change in publicity. It would be a powerful thing to see ourselves not just in the streets, howling and begging and clamoring, but being in court. That would give us a lot more weight, I believe. So far for the moment.
Thank you, Adolf. So a survey on what's preventing us from living as ordinary people, court cases on personal assistance, as well as EU funding, are your 3 suggestions. John, do you have anything you would like to add? It's difficult when you guys aren't in the room. I can't see faces, so I just put out the question there.
Yeah, of course, I will. I will say a few words following on from what Adolf said. Something that we've started doing in the last 5 to 10 years in the UK is what we call co-production. And it has now become quite a useful communication tool, a way that we are getting our voices heard. You know, we do not accept anymore that projects can happen and be designed by others, and then we could be part of it later. And we don't want consultation, and we don't want engagement. What we want is real co-production, which means that we want to be in at the start of any project that is done in our name, as it were. And, you know, people who are involved in this are known as either people with lived experience or people experts by experience. And it puts us in a position of authority and of responsibility. And we have been using this, I mean, now with different government committees. People are sitting on government committees, and with national influential organizations like the Social Care Institute for Excellence and quite a lot of others. So, but it's also happening locally with local councils. And you can guarantee where this is going on. There's usually some active organization, some active disabled people's organization, or a group of people that are influencing. We say we want to be there from the start. We want to plan it. We want to design it. We want to implement it. We want to evaluate it, and we want to go through the whole entire process. And you know that it has made a lot of changes, and there is ways that we can get into sort of powerful committees, and that can make changes. You know, campaigning is good and demonstrations are good, but you need a combination both of that and also of a kind of more of a diplomatic approach, but not kind of subservient, but an approach that's active and constructive and really fulfilling a kind of a role model of disabled people as professionals, as experts. And it has made quite a considerable difference. And during COVID, for instance, when COVID started, what happened at the beginning, you know, I couldn't even get any shopping because, you know, supermarkets were being sold out and everything. And the government was supposed to be supporting people who were in need of some kind, but they you know, they didn't find me in the system somehow. But what happened was I discovered, or rather my wife discovered on the internet, about a local group in our area called the COVID support group. And we contacted them, and within the time of contacting them, within 2 hours, somebody had contacted me and said, "Hi, I'm Danny, and I will do your shopping. And all you need to do is just text me what you need, and then we can sort it out, and you can pay for it later through internet banking." And it showed how the local community really came together, and that's like COVID action in action. You know, we didn't need local governments or national governments, but there were, you know, organizations setting themselves up as cooperatives, as mutuals to support, you know, people's needs. So, you know, again, it demonstrates, you know, the power of co-production that can happen in lots of different ways. And as I said earlier, I think, you know, we have to develop more positive role models. I think we're lucky in the UK in many respects, because there's a lot of exposure now on the media. There are many programs about disability issues and all sorts of other things. But also, not only that, is that we have disabled presenters, people who are blind, people who are wheelchair users. And, you know, we're not invisible anymore. And so, you know, our messages is easier to get across. And often, sometimes, there, you know, personal assistance is used in those media. And, you know, we mustn't forget social media. You know, there are lots of negative aspects of social media, but there's the positive side of social media as well that can be used to galvanize and to get support for different groups and different actions. So yeah, I mean, co-production, I recommend other people doing it. It's something that really has taken off in the UK big time, and You know, it's really spreading quite fast.
Thank you, John. So you talked about co-production, COVID action, and also this with visibility with role models. We have a little bit more time to ask for even more questions. I see one way in the back on this side, and then I see one over here.
Hello, this is Fulya from Turkey, Down Syndrome Association. As I see that the personal assistant is a very important issue and everybody wants to do something about it. So I believe that we need a concrete plan to implement in all countries, all in Europe. What I suggest that, this is my idea, of course, I don't know if you agree with it or not, ENIL maybe be a leader of that plan. And you know, there are lots of European associations. For example, in my area in Down syndrome, I'm also the vice president of European Down Syndrome Association. There's ETSA and DSI Down Syndrome International. And also, you know, there is European Disability Forum and the other associations also. And you know that there are some special days for every group of every kind of disabilities. For us, it is 21st of March, and 21st of March, all associations in the world make some awareness activities. Maybe you can announce that in that special days, all groups focus on personal assistance and they choose that topic and make awareness activities about personal assistance with at these special dates. And maybe ENIL can manage this and they can make a meeting with them. And so for this year, we can make a big awareness on all special days. And so we can create a big voice. I don't know. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion. The other question was there. Well, then I'll summarize. So your suggestion was using special days to wear awareness on personal assistance, getting in contact with the EU organizations, which was an answer to another question we had earlier. Now we'll go to Tony's question. Tony.
Oh, hey, everybody. It's great me to be here and to see all the people, especially out of photo. So I have just one question. As we all know, money talk today. So my question is there any way to be the personal assistant job more interesting for the labor making labor to maybe through them we can press our politician and changing everything we need. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you, Tony. So the question is, the money talks, is there any way of attracting the labor market in order to further the issue? I think all of you would have some comments of those in our experience in Sweden. Was there one more question somewhere? No, okay, so that's where we have the questions. That's about what we have time for as well. Would you like to answer that one, Otto, or even John? Or you two at the table here, Matilda and Martin?
Yeah, Jamie, I can answer. I've been trying for probably 15, 20 years to present personal assistance as a labor market policy instrument. That is fancy way of saying that you get people into employment. The problem with this was that that only works in countries where there is a politicians are worried about high unemployment rates. But in some countries, the unemployment rate is low, which is of course good for the country, but which is bad for us. For example, in Malta, to my surprise, I discovered that it's 2.9% of the population are considered unemployed. And in Sweden, I think we have about 7 or so, or even 8. So it should make a dent. The argument should have teeth in countries like Sweden. But I got very little response to that. Perhaps it is that it came from the movement, the argument, and not from science, as it's called. It has to come from the right people to get weight as an argument, unfortunately.
Thank you. So it depends on the unemployment rate. I think that we've answered all the questions. At 5 o'clock, I see that the minister that's going to address us in 3 minutes. So we maybe take a 3-minute shakedown, get your brains organized. And with that, I'll say thank you to Adolf, thank you to John, thank you to Martine, and to Martine and Matilda, Judy, who's left us already. It's been an interesting one. It's hard to summarize because there's been so many issues, but I think it's recorded and we have note takers. So we'll get all this together and get back with some idea to a campaign. So thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you. You guys would have missed a great march. We were probably about 300 people in a pouring down rain, and the Commissioner Dali came out we had a casket in the lead when we had 100 tombstones symbolizing how people are dying in the institutions. And I think it got onto all the Belgium television, as far as I've heard, and in the Brussels newspapers. So it did make a difference this year. So thanks again to everybody that was out there in that rain. Actually, it was kind of fun. Couldn't see anything, but it was fun. Okay, so in 2 more minutes, we start again.
Good to see you, John. Can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Adolf. It's great seeing you too. Yeah, live, better than on the telephone, but still, it all works and well done. Yeah, yeah, we have quite a lot of issues to deal with. Yeah, to say the least. Yeah, as we get older, it's the younger people now need to take that over. Yeah.
And what I'm worried about is this the political development in Europe. I mean, look at Truss. I mean, this financial policy program is just suicidal.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I never liked any of them from the start, and I knew it wasn't going to be good, but not as bad as it is.
Look at Italy.
Yeah. Italy going to the right, and Sweden as well.
Sweden, the second largest party has fascist roots.
Okay. Break's over. The shakedown's done. We ask you to be silent so we can go to Elke van de Brandt, the Minister for Mobility, Public Works and Road Safety, who would like to address us. Thank you for coming, and here's the mic.
Yeah, she's some Italian politician.
Please be quiet. And we close it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here. And normally when I have the opportunity to meet an international public, would say welcome to Brussels. And it's a bit strange, of course, not so because it's your last day in Brussels, because often when I go to conferences, the last day will be the first meeting with Brussels, because only on the end they will sort out. But for you, it's too late because you have on your own discovered Brussels. And that's something that I really loved. I saw some pictures yesterday. I'm sorry we didn't get you better weather. The rain was quite terrible, I'm afraid. But your freedom drive in our city, it showed that you already took the place. You didn't wait for us to host you welcome or to say welcome persons. You went out, you discovered it. So I hope you had a good time. I hope you saw somehow our beautiful city through the rain and through the rain drops. It was not a tourist walk, of course. It was a walk with a statement. It was a walk, a protest march that needs to be clear for all that human rights as set out by the UN Convention. It's not something that we can sometimes talk about. No, it goes to the heart of everyday politics, and we need to address it now. We need to address it here. And it is a principle of human rights. It is a principle of individual rights, but it's also a question of a society. If we do not have a society where people can live independently, participate independently, we're missing out on talents. We're missing out on opportunities. We're missing out on people to meet, and we're missing out on something in society. So it's a problem for the whole of society for as long as we cannot guarantee this important human rights as declared in the convention. So I think it's important as a politician that we do engage ourselves in realizing the aims. And I know that there's still work on it. Yesterday, you made a claim on with a pan-European focus, a pan-European call for the Freedom Drive stands for. But of course, I also realized that you were in a city, in an urban context, on streets. And I also realized that you most certainly had obstacles yesterday, and you encountered obstacles in this public space in Brussels. So as a mobility minister, I'm responsible for this public space. I'm responsible for these roads. And of course, I think it's really important that I do realize that yesterday for you was not an easy walk out, and that it was not as evident as for some other people's to go out. And that's, I think, every day. Yeah, there, of course, every day. And not only in Brussels, but probably everywhere, but also in Brussels. But in Brussels, I'm responsible. So I think it's important that on the one hand, we have this race to the time and make sure that we correct the wrongs from the past, but also make sure that we really start to use inclusive design, and we are starting in use universal design as a standard for new project and for road signs. And that's something that takes time, and something the whole chain needs to be convinced about. That's why we ask our administration to do inclusive walks and to start to really feel the importance and how it is. That's why we like to work with organizations that are here in the room. I've seen that Onafhankelijk Leven is here, but also CAWAP, organizations that keep us strong and that point us on the problems still present in our city. So we do adapt, and we need to adapt as strong as possible. For those who live in Brussels, who are still going in Brussels, there's this application, Fix My Street. I need to speak slower. Okay, I always need to speak slower. I'm sorry. So for those who are still going to discover it, there's this application, Fix My Street, and we added the option in, so you can, in this application, say here's something wrong. And so all accessibility problems can also be signaled there. And then we have a better, it's the real-time use of people that learn us where we need to go and improve our roads. Of course, we do our own analysis. We have our analyzing tools to make sure that we invest in the improvement of the accessibility. But if you do have some problems, don't hesitate to put them in our application, Fix My Streets. We also are working on making accessible public transport. We are installing lifts. I need translation. Elevators. Thank you. So we are installing elevators. We are working. So every year we adapt about 70 platforms of public transport where buses or trams stop. So we are taking up with the past, but it still feels like taking up with the past. And so I hope that one day we can say universal design is just the standard, and those mistakes from the past are in the past. And I think our society is strong enough to ensure much greater accessibility and to access all human rights. We can do this. This is not an impossible declaration to live upon. We can see participation and inclusion for all as self-evident if we really work on it, and to ensure that more people live a qualitative life with their dreams, with their spontaneity, their security that go with it, with no more unpredictability and obstacles that harbors anyway. So I think there's also, I know that you are working in close remembrance of Kafka, and that she once said, when we are talking about independent living, it's really about power. It's really about control. And I think that's one of the the statements that really touched me. I never had the honor of meeting her. I think she was a very inspiring activist, but everything I read about her showed really this essence of her words that ring true, and the continuous activism that we see in a lot of people, especially here. And I think that's important because it is about power. As I said before, it's about a society lacking on talents and opportunity, but it's also about everybody having this power, this control, this possibility to be a part of the whole. And we won't be a whole if everybody can be part of this whole. In Brussels this week also, I'm making a bit of publicity for Brussels. There's this media outlet of Brus and 22 community centers that put a spotlight on Kinomai, which is a fairly new organization by and for people with disability, focusing on accessibility and on independent mobility. And I think also in their name, you have the same connotation that you hear, that the Asian Greek means that I say, I move, like we see with Kapka, but also I put something in motion with Kinumai, and both are about physical and performative acts. And that's, I think, a very strong aspect. So I think I need to speak slower. I need to close down. I got a message, I'm sorry. I think it's important here, from one hand, that I realize that we have a lot of work to do, that politics has a lot of work to do. And also want to thank you for putting your energy in stressing that, because I also know it asks a lot to put these pressures on politics, to start to continue be an activist. It shouldn't be necessary, but it's still necessary. So I really am grateful and thankful for all of you who are moving politicians in the right direction. Also me, I'm always happy, not happy, but it's good when we're pointed out on mistakes we make. It's good that there's a pressure, but I know it asks a lot for you. And I especially want to thank you all also for sharing your expertise, your vision on moments like this. It is an enrichment to learn and to hear all the possibilities that are proposed. So thank you very much. So everybody in the room, everybody being an activist, everybody working on more independent life, but also, of course, the organization, Florian Senden, the policy coordinator of ENIL, Jamie Bolling, the co-chair, and of course, my city fellow, the wonderful activist Nadia Haddad. So thank you all for organizing here and for putting your energy in those essential conventions like you had the last days. So I hope you still have time to enjoy Brussels. For the moment, it's not raining, so please do enjoy Brussels. It is a wonderful city, and please do let us know where we can improve in the hearts and the minds, but also in the infrastructure of our city. Thank you very much.
And thank you for coming. Thank you for hearing our message for the Fix My Street. But let me please finish and then we'll take the mic. For the accessible transport, but we're going to keep you on your toes because Brussels is our capital and we want to be able to.
You are saying it takes
as
time,
everybody.
but sorry, but we have waited for too long. And most major cities in France, Germany, the Netherlands, all the neighboring countries, they've had like 100% of accessible buses for more than 10 years. In Brussels, we are still waiting. So saying it takes time, sorry, but it's not an excuse.
Yeah.
You have had time. So now it's too late and you have to act now. We are like 10 years behind all the other developed countries. We are like a third world country for disabled people. That's not okay.
A third world country. Yes, it is difficult. I said, yes, it is difficult in this city. It's difficult, but you're doing what you can, we hope. But it's
no, and I do need to, and I can only apologize for the situation. I'm not saying that it is perfect and we've done our part.